Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're connecting from. Um, my name is Ezra, and I'll be your host for tonight. As you all know, this is the weekly recap. Um, but due to other factors, I'm not in a good location at the moment. But I should be home very soon. I had to just come in and just join you guys. I wish I could show my face, but I'm currently not in a good spot. But before we do anything, I'd love to. We'll get down to the business of today, and hopefully I'll be home very soon. I will pause for a moment, and then and I'll allow everybody to come in, and just gonna be talking about so many things today. But mainly the GoFundMe project is we still on, guys. We still have a stretch. It's still a marathon. It's not something that we can just uh, uh, um, forget about it as if we're done. We still have a lot. We still have a lot, family, that we need to raise. And I'm gonna just share like in terms of the fundraising for those who still wanna contribute, continue contributing, um, and making sure that we reach our target, which is 25,000 uh, euros for our new offices. So we're still on, family. We're still on, and this is where we need to start, family. We need to start. We're trying to professionalize things. We're trying to make sure that we have all the resources, all the equipment, and yeah, family. So I'm also a busy man. I've just been busy this whole week, but I'm also playing my role, and I'll also be contributing. And all the guys here, I mean, they'll also be contributing to this GoFundMe project. So yeah, welcome to the weekly recap show. And wow, glad to be here. Glad to be with you, family. Yeah, and I will be sharing soon something. Um, as I was saying, obviously I will be coming in soon. It's just that I'm still trying to sort out a lot of things, my settings, set up the office and everything for myself where I'm gonna live stream at the moment. So, but in the meantime, just bear with me, family, as I'm just trying to get my feet and just trying to set up everything for myself. And I'll also be appearing very soon on the screen. It's just I'm not at home at the moment, but I should be live very soon, and I'll be able to speak to you guys. Just bear with me. Do not go. Keep commenting things that you think we should be discussing tonight. Make sure that you drop those suggestions for tonight, and also like what we could be doing for example, for our live streams, and also raising the funds, family. So please make sure that you subscribe if you're new here. Make sure that you press the like button, and you share the streams. Share this link, share this links. Um, yeah, and tonight we're still gonna be talking more about the refund. When you see me, you see money now. So yeah, those are the things that when you start seeing me, you start seeing money. I know so many people will be like, ah, man, Pastor Ezra, now you're talking money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We still have a marathon. We still have a stretch to go. So we need to push, family. We need to push, 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 push. Let's push this thing. Let's make sure that we at least raise let's make sure that this week at least we can reach 4,000. Let's try to raise 4,000 this weekend. um we still on 3,000. Let's see, can we raise 800 euros this weekend only? Can we raise 800 euros and make sure that at least we close this chapter, the 3,000, we move to another chapter, which is the 4,000. And yeah, it would be nice to raise this 4,000 this weekend. We only need like what 700 and something, man. 770 euros. 770 euros. So I know somebody like Sam could be there, and they could say, "Hey, man, I've got 700 dollars or 700 euros for Swahili Nation. I'm contributing, and I know Yenatan is there. Welcome, Yenatan. Salim, I see you there. I know Salim is going to also contribute 100 euros. I'm looking at you, Salim. Yenatan as well. I know. Guys are contributing and are supporting us. So I can't wait. To see the contributions tonight. If we can raise 4,000 family, 4,000 euros at least by the end of this weekend, it'll be really a great achievement, you know. So let's try to raise at least 4,000 euros, family. Please, let's try to raise 4,000 euros. Let's try to raise 4,000 euros. If we can raise 4,000 euros, at least we know that, or even 5,000, you know, it'll be nice to just finish off, have even the 7,000, you know, if you can get the 7,000 before we go further, you know, it'll be really nice to get the 7,000, you know. So it'll be really nice to see if we can get 7,000 raised by the end of this weekend. Because if we reach 7,000, at least we can quickly procure the office, book the offices for ourselves, and then we can raise the other money as we go along, you know. So yeah, family, please, let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can't raise the 7,000. No, let's try to raise it. It's doable. It's doable. So yeah, as I said, I'm still on my way home. I had to quickly make a stop. Not far from home, but I had to quickly just go in live because yeah. So, but yeah, let me see. I see Pi is here as well. Yeah, I see Pi saying to Jonathan that you didn't join our debate yesterday. I also missed the debate yesterday, the show yesterday. Yeah, due to other commitments. But yeah, I will be coming in. We're gonna have a long stream tonight. I think so. So we're gonna have a long stream. So yeah, stay tuned, family. Stay tuned. We are going to have one of those long streams. You know, we are gonna have those long streams tonight. I think. Looking at the conversations that were happening during the week, and also the plans that we already have. Man, we have a lot. We have a lot. Your family, we have a lot. I must say, we do have a lot of stuff that we still need to cover. So, but yeah, family, let's try to reach 4,000 at least by the end of this week. Or by the end of this weekend. If we can reach at least 4,000 euros, if you can raise 4,000 euros, sure, we'll gladly appreciate it because we currently sitting on 3,200 or 3,000 230 euros. So we need 25,000. So this is a marathon. We understand it's not a sprint. So yeah, let's carry on. Let's continue donating. I see a lot of people only have been donating. Even the guys who are on the SNN family. I see Marit contributed 5 euros. Thank you, Marit. 10 Biggie 30 euros. So yeah, people are contributing, and some of the people are also part of our family and the Silent Nation. So as a family, we're all in this, and we all have to play our role. Please, family, let's do it. Let's raise 4,000 euros tonight. Please. That's the target for tonight, you know, or that's the target for this week. Let's reach 4,000 euros. Let me see. There's something I wanted to do. There's something I need to quickly do. I'm just trying to get some of the stuff running, and then I will be showing my face. I just need to set up and make sure that I'm in a nice place, in a good environment. But I'm still on my way home, but I'm already live, and I can't wait. Hopefully when I get home, in like 10 minutes or so, we'll have reached the 4,000. Fate. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's do this. Something I wanted to do. Let's do this.
Never get used to read a speech. But for today, I'm going to read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a Nations of Union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness this for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. Family unity in Africa, which served pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the new colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity to strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unit Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across the Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and results-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our Thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for better Africa and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be in our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, people, despite of our differences, because it is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate.
My tribe is Africa. My tribe is Africa. Man, this is one of those man, the speeches that is so deep. Whenever I listen to this speech, you know what? I'm just gonna play this speech again. Bear with me. I'm just trying to set up family. In the meantime, just bear with me. I will be here, and I just need to quickly set up because I'm still all over the place right at the moment. So, but I'm just trying to set up, and then we're gonna be having a lot to talk about. We have a lot to catch up on. We have a lot to talk about. Yeah, in the meantime, please drop the comments, drop suggestions, how we can raise the funds and how we can go along. I mean, how we can move forward going for. I mean, with this fundraising, what we should be doing. Some of you maybe are knowledgeable when it comes to raising funds. Some of you are venture capitalists. You are more exposed to such things. Please join us and let's talk and give us some suggestions of how we can move this ship going forward. Um, yeah, let's do that, family. Let's do that. Let's make sure that we subscribe if you've not subscribed, and also go to the GoFundMe page. Um, for those who don't know, that we are running a GoFundMe project at the moment. So I'm just gonna share again the GoFundMe page. This is where we stand at the moment. We've raised 3,230 euros, and our target is 25,000 euros. Obviously, out of the 25,000, 15,000 goes into our rental, where we're gonna have our offices, and then 5,000 euros we planning to obviously build the studios, offices, getting all the resources that we need for our offices, our Swahili Nation offices, and then obviously another 5,000 euros for setting up the studio, the equipment, cameras, lighting, backgrounds, all that, set up for live streams and also for editing purposes as well. So hence we are raising these funds. It's not something that we're just raising funds for no reason, but we're raising these funds because we want to set up offices, we want to professionalize our work and make sure that people can really find us where if they want to come into contact with us, they know where our offices are located, and we can even improve on our production. We can have more content that we can create because we'll have a studio, we'll have offices, we'll have everything that we need as Swahili Nation One Africa as well. So yeah, family. So please, if you don't know about this, I'm gonna just share the link as well, the GoFundMe link, so you can just do the you can do your contribution on this link. I've just shared the link here. For those who want to obviously contribute, here's our GoFundMe link. It's also in the comment section. Click on that link, and then it will take you to our GoFundMe page, and you can go there and contribute something. Anything between €5. That's our target. If we can just have €5, €5. I mean, that's where we start. But if you've got 5,000 euros for us and you want to contribute to us or you want to get hold of us, please send us an email as well on One Africa Official. One Africa Official at gmail.com. So you can email us there if you want to really reach out to us and communicate with us on a way forward, or you want to put a special donation, maybe you can do that as well. So yeah, let me do this. I'll be back, family. Just give me a moment.
The world that we're living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read in the book? Things that different people, they write, right, their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth, this is who you are? For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that's a small voice inside of me. Like, what the whole world is telling you that this is impossible. Achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 6 years, and we still don't have it in Africa. It is impossible. There's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still a small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do it. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day, because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today, and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, they were creating it like Africa, you and me were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we are fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we're struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us. The very beginning of time. And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one man that he came and discovered Africa. You can ask yourself, how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered it, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world, they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West, so don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, What they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Ngola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Ngola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. Davin Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke, the thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that Devin Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria. But that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came to discover that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? Do you know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. Congo Kingdom, it was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola. And then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgian. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies begin all the way from the beginning to divide us changes and Today, Africans, we're struggling with because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages, and we're still struggling with that. We don't think we're one people to divide and to conquer Africa, and it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor?
Apologies, family. I've just been having some connection problems, but finally home, finally safe. Um, and I've been just trying to reconnect and stuff. Hopefully, this will be a stable connection because, yeah, I've been having really a bad connection earlier. So, let's see how it goes. Hopefully, this will be more stable now because I'm home. I was using my other connection on the car, but then yeah, I'm back. Hopefully, we can continue. Um, Here onwards, let me do this. Just gonna add. So as I was saying earlier, family, we need to. Our goal is to reach at least 4,000 euros. Hopefully by the end of this weekend. Can you guys hear me? I see everyone is like, my audio is bad. How's the sound now? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Okay, just family, just give me 5 minutes. Let me just set up everything properly. Hopefully my connection will be better. I just need to connect everything properly and then we can start and then we won't have these issues. Hopefully, we won't have these issues. Welcome, family. Sorry, apologies for the connection today. I've just been trying to connect and get everything working properly now. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Am I loud? Am I audible? How's the connection now? Is it still good? Is it bad? Nay, yay, nay. What's happening? Can you guys hear me? Hopefully everything is back to normal now. Yeah, I've had some issues with my connections, but I think it should be stable. Hopefully it's stable. Oh, thank you, Maria Antoinette. Thank you. Because I was wondering if the guys can hear me or not. Yeah. I'm back, family. So just before I do anything, I'm just gonna pray. I know we started this stream, I was not visible, you will not see my face because I was not home, but I'm safe now. We can have a clean a stream now. I'm just gonna start with prayer before we do anything. Thank you, Almighty God, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we can meet as brothers and sisters. We thank you, Father God, for this night, and we pray that you be with us as we'll be discussing different issues and also talking about the GoFundMe project. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you very much for your patience. For those who are patient enough to be here. So we still at it again, our family, in terms of the GoFundMe. We are on, and yeah, we're still on 3,280 euros currently that we've raised thus far. We need more. We still we just over 10% of what we're trying to reach. But it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. But we can do a sprint as well. It'd be nice to do a sprint, but if it's a marathon, we'll also take it as a challenge, because currently we've only raised what? It's only 10% of our initial fund that we're trying to raise. So, yeah. Let's push, family. Let's push. Hey, Pi, I'm here now. I see a comment saying, where's Ezra? Where did Ezra go? I'm here, Pi. Hopefully everyone can hear me clearly, and there won't be any issues. But yeah, I was struggling with connection on my way here, so I'm home safe. We can get down to the business of the day. It's the weekly recap. For those who've just met, who've just logged into our channel, who's new here, please subscribe. The channel is called Swahili Nation, and we are also live on One Africa channel. That's our sister channel. It's called One Africa. Go and subscribe to that channel as well. Yeah, let's keep the fire burning. Let us not lose hope, and let's continue raising our funds. Let me just also share again, for some people who don't know, who might be new or who have lost touch with us, who have not been logging on into YouTube or into our channel, Swahili Nation. We are raising funds for our offices. Swahili Nation is moving, man. If you've been watching us since last year, or you last connected with us last year, you've missed out a lot since then. But we are growing as a channel, and we need your support now. We are in another phase, phase 2 of our growth this year, and our challenge that we've set for ourselves is to have our own offices, is to have our own studio, is to have our own editing suite. So yeah, that's the plan. That's what we are really trying to raise at the moment. So this is our project, our biggest project so far. We're challenging ourselves. We're taking the step of faith, and we know we're going to reach there. So if you want to be part of us and you want to grow with us, please support us. We don't want to do this alone. We just want the family to be part of this growth. So Yeah, so we have a GoFundMe page where we're trying to raise the funds for our studios, for our offices, and the rentals for our offices. It's 1,200 euros per month, and we we want to obviously rent for the whole 12 months, a year, for now as a start, and set up offices, set up a studio. Hence, we're trying to raise these funds. These funds are not going into anybody's pocket or trying to do any other thing. It'll be something that you will see on the channel. You'll be able to um, know where we are working from, and be part of it as well. I mean, to say, hey, man, I contributed in building this thing, and this is our community. We are building a community. We are not building a platform where it's about glorifying personalities or a personality, but we are about family, growing the African family as a whole. We want to move together as a whole, and we are not moving as individuals. So we believe in the unity of us as a people, either in the diaspora, here on the continent, and all over the world, where people who share the mind, who share the same sentiment about decolonizing the African mind and making sure that Africa gets its rightful place in history and in the world. So support us, go in there, and I'll just share also the GoFundMe. And again, on the GoFundMe website, you can give anonymously for those people who are scared to share, or scared to show their names, or because maybe they are high profile people who might not want to be known in the public, who want to give in the secret. You're more than welcome to do it anonymously. On the GoFundMe, it gives you an option to give anonymously without having to reveal your name. So you can give anonymously, and you can give, or as well, you can show your name, and it'll be visible right there. But another thing is, as you know, this is the weekly recap. It's a Friday. We can talk about anything, but our main thing, as we know, this is our project, this is our baby. We're trying to raise this baby. So uh, I know most people now, when they start seeing me, they'll be thinking, oh, here goes the GoFundMe. I know a lot of people on the live shows this week, I know it hasn't been enforced so much. Go to the GoFundMe page, go and uh, put your pledge and all that stuff. But we are here tonight, and we want your support, and we want you to play that role. So I'll be on it, and I'm very passionate about this, and I want us to move forward. I want us to make history, man. How many channels do you know that you can really say on YouTube or any other platform that you know of, that you can really say this is their physical address where they do business, where you can really say, hey, I can write them a letter, or when there's something I want to query them, I can really say, this channel, they have offices, they have this, they have that, where you can really reach out to us formally, instead of just seeing people online and you just trusting them, or with your subscription or even your membership. But we want to be transparent. We want to show that we're serious, and we want to show growth. We don't want to remain on YouTube in terms of just remaining here on this platform, but we want to do other big things. So there's a lot of content that we still want to cover, but at this point where we find ourselves, we are kind of limited in terms of the type of content that we want to grow into, and the variety of content that we also want to put out there. So yeah, that's where we are going. We are serious. We are not here for just numbers and looking good and all that, but we want to see this channel, One Africa, Swahili Nation, really reaching out to the world, reaching out to people, bring a difference in society. That's what we are planning to do. That's where we want to see ourselves going, So let's continue doing that. So let's continue doing that. It's good seeing Seniti. Welcome, Seniti. Nice seeing you. Yeah, so let's continue doing that. Let's make sure that we subscribe. Let's make sure that we go to the GoFundMe, contribute anything that you think you can, and yeah. So we're asking that you guys do that for us. Do not slag behind. Let's continue putting our pledges, and then making sure that we reach our targets for this project. So another thing is, as you know, family, that we have other different hosts. As you can see, family, for so many people that have been watching us since, let's say maybe from 2019, people have been watching more reactions. Most people got to know about Swahili Nation through reactions, but Swahili Nation is evolving. This baby is growing. Reactions, there will be obviously segment for reactions, for those who love reactions, music, different things, or reviews, what we call reviews instead of reactions. But let's make sure that we put out different content. We want to grow, man. We want to grow. We don't want you to be like, know us as, oh, those are the, I know some channels online already know what they're about, but we want to do more than just one thing. We don't just want to be coming here live only. We want to do more content. We want to make content about different African countries, different Caribbean countries, different places in America, UK, wherever in the world, Asia. Pi is there in Taiwan. We want to have content in Taiwan about Taiwanese people, how they live. We want to do more content. There's history that we can cover. There's so many things that we can cover. So, but for us to do that, we need to have obviously resources. We need to really make sure that we professionalize most of our stuff and have a formal structure. We don't want to be on YouTube forever. Yes, we'll remain on YouTube, but we want to do more content even outside these platforms. So yeah, that's the aim of growth as well. So we're also trying to evolve as a people, evolve as a channel. So let's do that, family. Let's evolve as a channel and be part of that evolution. One time when we are having like proper structures, like proper studios, big studios, you laugh at these moments, days like this, where you'll say, hey man, I remember you were struggling with connection in 2022, and you had to try to connect them to this and leave this out, and we couldn't hear you properly, we couldn't hear the videos, and but this is all part of the journey. Be part of this journey where you can really say, hey man, I supported a Swahili Nation when it was just like, you've seen the ovulation when Mika's all alone at some point, till now when as a team we've joined and we are carrying the flag, we're raising the flag, So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. So be part of the journey, be part of the family that supports and pull. Let's all pull together and push together as well. Pull and push. So yeah, that's basically why I'm saying we need this thing, or we need your pledges and stuff. So yeah, and for some people they might not have the €5 at the moment, but you can just go and click the like. Just go and say like, click that like, or even click that subscription button. Just go and subscribe there. So yeah. Okay, there's something I also wanted to do as well. Let's see. Oh, any suggestions, family? If you've got any suggestion of how we can move forward, things that you think we should be doing, things that you think we should be covering as a channel, what do you guys suggest we do, like going forward? Things that you think we are not covering as much. Yeah, we suggestions are always welcome. So we want more suggestions from you, family. We need suggestions. We really need your suggestions. So hopefully we'll get more suggestions. And yeah, and I'm just gonna share also the live stream. Those who want to just join, and we can chat about anything. This GoFundMe is not the only thing. If you feel like you want to come and talk about anything, Fridays I open the lines. I'm not gonna put a lot of strain on a topic per se, but the time is coming, as I said, that um, the stream is gonna get shorter and shorter with time, especially the weekly recap, and then we're gonna go into like a proper program. We will have another live stream for Fridays, specifically talking about entertainment, music, anything, the creative, the arts. So we're gonna be touching bases on that, especially on Friday shows. So I'm just telling you out there, for those who might be interested in those things, on a Friday we're gonna cover those topics, maybe get different guests, different musicians, have some people playing live here on our live stream. So yeah, I've been talking to different people, and I've got some friends that might be interested in also coming to join us. They are like musicians. They will be coming here one of these good days in the coming month or so. Yeah, and we can have a live jam session, and you guys can enjoy the music, and music, original music, where will not be flagged or anything like that, where copyrights, won't have to worry about copyrights and all those things. So yeah, yeah, those are some of the things that I've been just working on in the background. But yeah, so stay tuned. Be ready for those things. 72, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Hope you well. Marit, I see Marit is also there. Welcome, Marit. I've seen you earlier, but yeah, let's chat, family. Let's chat. Let's chat. Let's chat. I see some people are still interested in yesterday's topic. If you want to continue where they left off, you're more than welcome to join us. So I've just shared also the live stream. If you want to join, you can join us. And then, yeah, we can talk about anything. You're more than welcome about anything. If there's any new developments that are happening in the continent or overseas that you feel that we need to talk about, join in, hop in, let's talk, let's chat. Oh, what else? And by the way, for some people who might not know, we are live every night on Swahili Nation and One Africa channel here on YouTube. And on Facebook, we are also live on Swahili Nation. Our Facebook page is called Swahili Nation. You can go and like that page, and obviously then get notified whenever we go live. When we are live here, we're also live on Facebook. Our channel is called Swahili Nation there. Our page is called Swahili Nation on Facebook. And then we're also live on Twitter. We're also live on, obviously, here on YouTube. So more platforms coming, obviously. We'll be going live in all other platforms. And imagine once we have our own studios, what we can do, more content that we can even do our own independent content that we can distribute to other bigger channels and bigger platforms, you know. I see. What's this? What was yesterday's topic? I think Pi is the best person to explain to us, Jonathan. And Pi, if he's still around, I know Pi is really late for him since he's in Taiwan. So for Pi, it's a very early morning. But if he can come in and maybe just explain to us. I also missed the stream yesterday because I had other commitments yesterday. I could not join or even listen to anything yesterday. So, yeah. Ethiotech, come and join me. I've got an African accent, man. JP. Yeah, come and join us. My accent is African, man. I've got an African accent. So, but yeah, What else is there? Oh yeah, I just want to also just share the some of the info here. There's a lot of things, a lot of streams that we've not been really showing. I'm just trying to open something, and then we'll be able to move forward. Where is this thing now? Let's see. Yeah, Ethiothec, please join. I'm going to send you the link. Uh, so please join us, Ethiothec, and just explain. And yeah, I'm sharing the link. Just, Sunny T, what is this? What is new in SA? Yeah, there's something coming, Sunny T. I think His Excellency Mika, they're planning something, another program about SA. So they will be talking about that, the trends that are happening there. So, so yeah. I was just looking at this thing here. So yeah, please, family, let's do the. Just gonna share again the link. Do this for GoFundMe page. You can click on that link, and then obviously place your pledges there. Okay, wait. Okay. Sanity, yeah. So stay tuned. There'll be something there where they'll be talking about South Africa. Might join as well. But yeah, there's somebody who'll be talking about that. There will be questions. So join, I think, in this coming week. so you'll be able to join as well, and then you know. Do this. So family, I'm just gonna play that video again before, because earlier I had issues with my connection as well. So I'll just share the video again, and then we'll start discussing further. Let me do this. The fearless cipher. What's happening, guys? What are you saying? Okay, 1 minute. My internet is what? 8 seconds tempered. Okay. Okay. If you're tech, you can connect and then just not show your face. You can do that and not show your face. Marit, do I know what fearless cipher? No. Who's fearless cipher? Care to share, Marit? I don't know fearless cipher. And it's your tech. If you can join, I know Seniti wants to know something about SA and stuff. And what's been happening in terms of the news, some of the trends in the continent, if there's anything that one needs to know of? It's a music collaboration. Where are they based, Marita? I don't know. I don't know them. What kind of collaboration? What kind of music is it? Okay, I'll check them out. But fearless cipher. I don't know them, but yeah, let's see. So family, I'm just going to show you how you place your pledge. Okay, let me do this. I'm just going to make sure there's a full screen. So here on the page, obviously you log into the GoFundMe, and then just click on donate. And then from here, you can obviously there's a tip. You can make you can select how much you want to obviously contribute on the tip. Then you just reduce this to 0. Okay, obviously start placing your amount, anything from 5 euros upwards. So let's say you want to donate 5 euros. Then from here you can just reduce this, because now you'll be able to just pay the 5 euros direct instead of an extra fee. So just select 5 euros and click on continue. Then obviously here, this is where you put in your either credit card or your debit card, whatever card you're using. Your info here, your email address, and obviously you'll get a notification once you get once you place your pledge. Then obviously your name, surname, and then obviously your card number. Uh, oh, um, and obviously, if for example you don't want your name to appear, you just click on this option here. Don't display my name public on the campaign. Then your name won't appear there. Then your pledge will show as if you're an anonymous. So yeah, and then you can also untick this so that you don't get those marketing stuff. Then you click on donate. So that's it. Sanity. Okay, Marit, I'll check on my WhatsApp just now. Just want to send something. So I see somebody has already donated. Let's go, family. I see Teshome has donated. Thank you to Teshome for your contribution. Who else? Got music dance. Yes, Aniti, I think since you're talking about this, the diaspora that are already on the continent making positive change. Okay, this I think it'll be. I'll ask Big if he can cover this because he's the one who's hosting the diaspora talks and stuff. So I think Big will be the best person to also do this. And we can also do some of this content. I know that there are a lot of people from other places who are in the continent now living here. But yeah, I think we can cover that. And also Big, yeah, I think Big will be the best person since he's the one having a show called the Diaspora Talk already. So I'll speak to him. Hopefully he'll join us later on and I can just show him your suggestions regarding that topic. And as I said earlier, I think our target for tonight is if we can reach 4,000 euros. That's our target for tonight. Let me do this. Oh, okay. I get you, Sanity. Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah, I mean, part of why we want to do these things is obviously to create more content, different content that we can also like upload and stuff. So at the moment, we are limited in terms of some of the stuff we can do, but we're planning to do more of that kind of those content. I mean, I know like there's a lot of guys who are already covering those topics. So let's see what we'll do. But yeah, I'll just I'll raise this on our meetings again to the team. What is this one now saying? Education, business building. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get you. So did you just join me tonight? I mean, it's been a while since I spoke to you, so why don't you just talk? Because you've been really sending a lot of comments and and I have to read your comments and stuff. I think if you come, I know you can cover this way better than myself having to read this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there is, indeed, there is I've seen a lot of people covering, not really a lot, but some of the popular channels covering this topic as well. Yeah. Wow.
Speech, but for today I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a nations of union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being, giving is cherished, sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much.
My tribe is African. My tribe is African. Wow, I think that could be a hashtag. My tribe is African. My tribe is African. My tribe is African. My tribe is African. So family, join us as we are raising our pledges. Let's reach 4,000 tonight. Oh, let's reach at least 3,500 euros tonight. If somebody can come and say, hey man, I'm willing to pledge 200 euros or 50 euros. All we need is 5 people to pledge 50 euros tonight, and then we will have 3,500 euros. Or if somebody has like 700 euros who's willing to pledge 750 euros, and then we've got 4,000 that we've raised for tonight. Let's do that. I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. So let's do that, family. As you can see, the pledge is open. The GoFundMe pledge is open. You can go there now and place your pledge, or anytime when you have anything that you feel that, hey, I want to contribute to this project. Go there and do that. I think now every Friday, some people will be scared to come here, thinking, oh man, now you have to do a pledge. At least you can work hard during the week, and on the Friday you can come with your pledge and say, hey, Swahili Nation, I've had a productive week. I'm willing to pledge 5 euros. I'm willing to pledge 100 euros. I'm willing to pledge 10,000 euros. Whatever you feel that you can pledge, starting from 5 euros. So please, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's place our pledges. And it's not just everyone is doing it. Everyone is doing it. Even the Swahili Nation One Africa team, they are doing it as well. So it starts with all of us. We cannot wait for other people to come and fund us. We cannot say, oh, we're waiting for an American investor, or we're waiting for a British investor to come and invest in our projects. We need to start funding our projects as Africans. We need to start funding our own projects without having to wait for people who are somewhere else. Let's start doing it. Other people will join us as they go along. As we go along, the British will join us, whoever will start joining us. But let's move together into this. Senny T, I thought you were going to join us tonight. Are you not joining us? It'd be nice to see you join us, Senny T. And Etio Tech, can you please as well join us? I know you were saying you've got issues with your internet. but you can join us and just maybe hide your video if you've got issues with internet. The audio should be enough for you to join us. And Marita, I'll have a look at the group, Fearless Cipher, or Fearless Cipher. So far tonight, we had 2 pledges. Let's continue placing a pledge. Let's continue placing our pledges. Let's at least reach 3,500 tonight, our family, or at least over 3,300. Let's try to place more pledges. And I'll ask family that at least every week, even if you place 1 pledge per week, you just say, you know what, every week I'll place €5 every week. I'll place €5 at least as a start until we reach our target. Imagine if people were doing that. I mean, we could reach €25,000. We could have raised that money quickly. And we understand some of the economic condition or the economic climate at the moment is not as positive for some people, but let's continue doing something. We cannot say we're not going to do anything because there's an economic crisis or there's a recession, whatever. I mean, we need to keep working. I mean, the human spirit is something else. In the midst of everything, we still need to work. We still need to do more. So please, family, support us, support us, support us. So family, if somebody wants to come and join us as well, you're more than welcome to join us. And let's talk about anything. Let's talk about this GoFundMe, or if you thinking or there's something you want to also do or that you think we should be doing to raise the funds, come and join us. Any suggestion or any other suggestion of other shows as well, things that were discussed this week that you feel that we need to cover more or further, log in and join us. Let's speak, let's talk, let's talk. I'm going to share the link. I've shared the link before and I'm going to share the link again. Let's do this. So family, please, 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 our target tonight. What do you think we should be targeting? For every stream, we need to have a target, please, family. We need to raise something every stream. We cannot have a stream and not raise anything. Every night, I mean, even if we raise €100, so be it. If we raise €2,000, so be it. But we need to raise something, and we need to make sure that we get at least 15,000. If we can get 15,000, ASAP, we can get the offices. We can get the offices because that will cover us for 12 months. At least if we get €15,000, we know the offices are covered. Get you, Marit. Thank you. You've done so much. I've understand. Not able to join the stream tonight. Yeah. I'm also just going to play this video because earlier on we had issues with the network. There's people who were complaining that the audio is bad and they could not hear.
What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right, their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth, this is who you are? For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There are still, like, there's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everybody, everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of us, that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day. Because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today, and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google, who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Angola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Angola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria, but that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo Kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola, and then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We're struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages. And we're still struggling with that. We don't think we are one people. We don't think we are one family because of someone else who had its own interest to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because We don't have our identity anymore because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we are not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, there are countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora. Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The world is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen Africans say that. Who said that? White man. He said that. That, oh, you guys, Africa, you are a developing country. Oh, us, we're a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything, name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that, and we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
Fall in love with the problem. All the challenges in Africa present an opportunity for us to solve them. And there's no solution without problems or challenges. And that's the only way for us to rise to the occasion, because all that Africa is facing, no one is going to resolve these issues until we stand up as Africans to say we want to solve this issue. I mean, and dedicate ourselves to it. Dedicate ourselves to the cause. I mean, I think the past generation, they had dedicated their lives to liberating Africa, but they've only liberated Africa in terms of the political aspect. Now it's time to liberate us economically as well, where Africa can really have its own strong economy and have its reach its full potential, because Africa has remained a potential for so many years. It has remained a continent where we're all bragging about the resources that we have all the resources, we have all this, but people are asking themselves, then what? If we have the gold, you got the diamond, you got everything that the world needs. Until you can utilize those resources and benefit from them, they remain just useless the to everyone. They will just remain a resource or just a mineral, but without benefiting the people. So this presents us with a great opportunity for this generation in Africa to say, what can we do for ourselves? What is our cause as Africans now? Because there was a time when Africa needed to be liberated. Now Africa, in terms of economic, I mean the political aspect is, it has been liberated, even though not fully. But now, how do we do it now going forward economically, and also making sure that the infrastructure, so many things that we still need to do in Africa. So those are opportunities. Infrastructure to present itself, or the lack of infrastructure present itself as an opportunity for those who want to go into construction, who want to build smart cities. So it'll be easy for Africa to build smart cities, because we have all the land, we have all the resources. But where do we start as Africans? I'm just gonna play the video where we're just explaining the main reasons why we want to set up these offices.
Hey guys, what's up everybody? I hope you all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here guys to ask you that we really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furnitures for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightnings, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity more than the way we do right now, because all the time I just do it from home, but there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. We mentioned earlier that this is going to be the year of action, and guys, this is One Africa in action. Come and collaborate with us, do with us. And one thing I can promise you guys, every single euro that you will give, it will be used for a greater cause, for the office. And you guys will be able to see everything and all the reports and everything that is happening. We need you guys. We cannot do this without you. So please help us out. Until right now, we already raised almost 1,500 euros, but the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please donate anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I love you guys.
So please, family, go and contribute. Go and place your pledge of €5 or more for our Swahili Nation One Africa offices. And that's that. I mean, we've been preaching this, and we'll preach this until we we reach there. So it's a marathon, as I said. We'll continue running this marathon until we reach there. And for those who have been supporting us, who've been contributing, thank you very much. Really appreciate all your pledges. And for those who have not yet placed their pledge, or if you've placed your pledge and you still want to continue giving until we reach the goal, please go into the GoFundMe webpage and place your pledge tonight. Family, please, let's at least raise 3,500 euros. Let's have targets. Every stream, can we make sure that at least we raise 1,000 euros or 100 euros, something. Let's make sure that every stream we raise something, we contribute something. Let's make sure that we do something. Let's go. I mean, we need to do, even if it's just €5 that day. Let's raise something. It's better than not raising anything. So let's do that, family. Go to the GoFundMe Swahili Nation page, and you'll be able to find us there and place your donation there. And I've also shared the links for our GoFundMe. Go and place your pledge right there. So this is our GoFundMe project page. So for those who've just joined us, please subscribe to our channel. Please like, join our YouTube membership, and as well place your pledge for our studios, for our offices. Yeah, that's basically that. And guys, one of the things that I've said before is that some people might be asking why 25,000 euros. It's the offices are in the one of the nicest neighborhood, well placed, beautiful building, nice location. So once we have those offices, we know that it's a place that's safe, secure, that you can visit. So that's why we chose a really good place for setting up the offices, because we also want a peace of mind, a really nice, beautiful place where we can show that Africans can excel and Africans can produce good quality and really outstanding work. So that's where we're going as a channel. So, and you'll see, I mean, what we are doing here in the coming years or months, you'll start seeing other content creators trying to do this. So let's start now, family. As we are doing this, let's continue moving forward and making sure that we are doing something for the Swahili nation. We start building this platform, we start building these studios, we start building these offices, and make sure that we have a place where now more content can be created. More people can also join the team. As you've seen, family, we've grown as a team and we continue to grow. So there'll be more people who will be employed, editors, videographers, photographers. Man, there's just a lot. You know, obviously there'll be people admin. So we're trying to make sure that more people can also join the team. So a lot of people will join the team in the process as we're trying to set up this structure and set up this offices. So yeah, so this is not for us, but this is for all of us. This is the Swahili nation. You're not just becoming a subscriber, but you are becoming a family, a full family that's active. So we're trying to make sure that our subscribers are active and are contributing in a positive way to all the projects that we are doing. So, and some people might be asking themselves, man, why GoFundMe? We've done a GoFundMe project, especially people who might have joined us this year. They might not know that we've also done a GoFundMe last year where we've raised some funds to take Mika to Ethiopia. Mika has been to Ethiopia. Travels, food, everything that was covered by that fund that you raise as a family. So for those who are new, who might be asking themselves, I don't get this. We've had proof. All the videos that you've seen in Ethiopia, most of them, I mean, that's the money that you contributed for him to get a flight, return flight, and also to live by when he was that side. So yeah, you guys can hear me, right? Oh, okay. Thought I had lost connection, but yeah. So that's that, family. So let's continue placing our pledge. If somebody has $200 or 200 euros, please place that 200, at 50 euros, at 5 euros. 5 euros, it's a minimum. It's like the startup price. That's where we start, 5 euros. 5 euros, 5 euros, 5 euros. So who's willing to give? Should we do a, a campaign? Should we do a campaign and say €5, €5, €5, €5? Okay, let me do this. All right, man. So this is the €5 campaign, family. So place your pledge. Oh, I see Tenzan as well contributed the last 3 days. Biggie, I see you've also placed your pledge. These are all our hosts that have been also placing their pledges here. So we've all been playing our role. No one has been sleeping. We've all been contributing to this GoFundMe. So yeah. Let's see here. I know some people have promised to join us. Tech wanted to join us, connecting from Durban. Please, if you still want to join us. Seniti, whoever, if you want to come and join us, join us. You know. So if you want to join me live, you can also join me live and we can have a conversation about anything, and also the GoFundMe, most particularly about the GoFundMe. But if there's something that you feel that you want to talk about, feel free to join us on the live stream and then we can have a conversation. Can have something to talk about, something that you want to highlight. We can talk about it. Tina Habesha. Tonight we talking more about the how do I put this? We're discussing the GoFundMe, but the lines are open to talk about anything. And if there's any other issues that are trending in Africa or all over the world that you feel that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to join us, and we can have a conversation. And I see Yenatan is here already. Yenatan, welcome.
What's up, Pastor Ezra? Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Nice seeing you all.
Yeah, man.
It's been a minute, it feels like, but yeah. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about, but actually, I it's been so long since we really talked about the contribution of the African diaspora and culture, world culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need a hip hop and music and all of that, and that influence in what has become a global thing now. So I hope that maybe people that are into music will jump on here and talk about that, because as you travel the world, or you even don't have to, you can just watch videos online. The way hip hop has kind of transported itself across the globe, like I'm sure in South Africa you have a bunch of South African rappers and hip hop artists and so forth, and specifically with hip hop. And I think the original idea of what hip hop was, it wasn't just a party, it was also a political statement, and how it has influenced so many different people, even Japan, which you don't expect to see so much of an African influence there. But I hope that people can talk about that. We have contributed so much into global culture, is what I'm trying to say, as Africans, in a positive way. Not always talking about all the negative colonialism and all of that. We have so many other opportunities to complain and talk about that. There's a lot of stuff that's happening on the continent, but since it is a weekend, and I've always been asking you, we need a cultural session of just recognizing the influence of the African diaspora or the African culture, whether it's in Latin America, Brazilian music, for example, Puerto Rico, and thinking about all the different music that has come out of the Caribbeans, reggae, and so forth. But even more recently, when we're thinking about hip hop. So hey, why not talk about that?
Yeah, that's true. I think we have a lot that we need to talk about, especially on the music side, because I've seen that since we started all the live streams, we haven't really had like those conversation about music or entertainment or the arts as a whole. I mean, I think the arts as a whole, we it's not just music, it's not just people who paint, or there's so much that is not really covered. And I think it's one of our strengths as Africans. And music, especially, I mean, when you look at music now that's trending in Africa, there's a lot of genres that are trending. Afrobeat, Amapiano, those are the things that we also need to cover. And it's all being spread now all over the world. You'll think it's only in Africa, but you find that you can hear an Amapiano song in London, in New York, or in other places, especially now with the media or the platforms that are out there, where it's easy to get hold of anything, unlike before, where most of the things we're just importing and from America in terms of urban culture and stuff. So I think there's a lot that we still need to cover, especially now we're also talking about hip hop, how it has affected the world, and how it has touched so many lives. And hip hop, in terms of poetry, if now let's say we move more into poetry, and people saying maybe hip hop, I think there's a debate about hip hop. Where did really hip hop start? Because I know some cultures that I don't know the English name, what's the English name, but I only know it in my own language, where, let's say, when a king comes, there'll be somebody who'll do something like a poetry, like it's like a rap, but a poetry, where it's like a praise singer, but it sounds like rap, but in an African way, where, let's say now it's Jonathan, you are the king that's coming. They'll say Jonathan this and Jonathan, they'll start talking about you, your history, your roots and stuff, but in a poetic way. So that's why sometimes when I hear people say, okay, hip hop, okay, maybe the urban culture, the popularity of urban culture in terms of hip hop or rap, yeah, America will give them, but in terms of the roots and how some of the things that are done in hip hop, they also come from other cultures in Africa.
Yeah, but that's true. I mean, even in the United States, you have to realize hip hop it started in the urban culture in places like Philadelphia, Chicago, and New York. But all those people moved from the South. They were these enslaved people that already had that culture in the 1800s and 1700s that brought it with them. So it is an extension of that. That was the whole point, right? This the influence, the African culture that hip hop didn't just come out of nowhere, right? So even though hip hop may, as a term or as a genre of music, we kind of attach it to these cities and whatever, but we have to realize that those people got it from the South, where people were predominantly enslaved and figured out communications of the way that they communicated back home in their original countries in Africa, and kind of attached those forms of musicality, not just music, but dance as well, like the arts in general, right? So, yeah, I mean, hip hop is an extension of that. So, but then that extension goes all the way back to Africa, right? The same thing with Caribbean music. If you ask most Brazilians what samba is, or the roots of all of that, that came from Africa, right? So same thing with the Caribbean islands, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, and the Cubans. I mean, all that came from the African continent, right? It kind of married into the instrumentation of European instruments, but at the end of the day, the actual soul of it is African. That's what I was trying to say. Is this long-lasting cultural, global culture, if I may say so. You know, on that note, though, do you think that it's, I know this is a very tough question to ask, is it recognized enough, or is it appropriated? Is it fairly given credit where credits are due, about where it comes from? Because sometimes, you know, you hear about salsa. Yes, the people in Puerto Rico will tell you that, yeah, it has African influence and it has all of that. But everybody talks about it as if it's something that originated from the European settlers of those islands, if you know what I mean.
I think, when it comes to like anything that's associated to our continent, people, they'll say, yeah, they recognize that the roots comes from Africa, but they will not really talk about the roots. They'll just leave it at that, you know, like if they know the salsas, all the sambas, all this type of maybe genres that maybe became popular there in Brazil or there in the Caribbean and stuff, they acknowledge that it's African, but no one wants to talk more about the roots of it. They just want to brush it like, yeah, this African influence Africa, yeah. Let's keep it moving, you know, and they stick to that. I think maybe also by the time those music were becoming popular and became mainstream, most people didn't want to really associate so much with their African roots or their African heritage, because it was seen as backward to some people. Others, they feared that the popularity might go down because now you want to say this is an African thing. And the people that are running the media or the music are people who who have come to Africa and did so many other things that might not been good, and now they want to keep moving in the line that they want to just take music as from where it is now and just popularize it as like it's an American music, or it's just Caribbean music or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I have all kinds of issues with a lot of that, but you're right. I mean, there's what you were talking about earlier about the king coming and all that stuff. The music is called call and response. It's a very African thing where, you know, a main person is actually saying something and then there's a response from the audience. And that whole entire genre of what we call a lot of soul music, to this day, by the way, a lot of music in general is kind of directed that way. So yeah, I think the arts are definitely something we definitely need to talk about. I have to tell you though, I do have an issue sometimes though when I'm looking at, including Africans, you know, this very American influence of culture that coming back, you know, in a sense, it's, you know, African Americans that originated hip hop, whatever you want to call that genre, and then we're copying and pasting, and you know, all these hip hop artists that are coming out of African countries that are walking and talking and dressing. I'm just like, no, please don't do that. I don't know. I have a problem with some of that. I can understand the idea of the music being influencing your traditional music or what have you, but I don't get the whole entire dressing like and some of the very gender, issues that girls on the bikinis doing certain dances that I think that could be scantily dressed or whatever, and copying these music videos that I think even some African Americans here in the United States have a problem with within that musical genre. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of cringe, I don't know if you have that issue in South Africa, but in Ethiopia, I don't see it as much because of how, very, I don't know what's the word, very, go ahead, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I think, sorry, it just depends on I think we as I always say, we are an open society. Depends. Some people do it, some people don't do it. Others just keep their music videos clean and simple. And there are those who believe in such content where they believe that the more you expose women to short stuff, dancing, and that, and people will start talking about it. Others, that's their type of how they sell their products. I think it's all about the packaging. Some people will sell their product in such a way that women needs to go short. There has to be guys dancing. It's just like you get guys that do music. In all their music, they always have to dance. And there are guys who don't even dance. They just sing nicely and just keep it like that. And there are those who want to show like women on their videos. You never miss a woman in their videos. There's guys that from since they started till now, it's always women dancing or naked or something. So I think it's all about the packaging of any artist. Different artists use different ways, and nowadays you do get those who, like what I'm seeing now, more than just the clothes. I'm seeing a lot of people like in clubs do music videos, like more in clubs, and like sort of you see a lot of those videos where you see people whenever they're doing their music, they're in clubs either drinking or dancing in a club. So that's what I'm seeing more than now the short stuff or women not wearing so much or all that stuff. I see more the women, I mean the music videos done in clubs and stuff.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's, the way that Africans dance, and that's completely not what I was meaning. I'm talking about the copy paste of the delivery of the music, and so yeah, the club. I mean, it's part of the culture, right? The hip hop culture. So I totally understand that. I have to say, certain cultures, like I said, in Ethiopia, they don't go that far. For whatever reason, I think the culture is very, I wouldn't call it repressive, but it's very conservative, I should say. So yeah, we don't see that, but sometimes it's like reverberating cultural things that we get back into the continent from outside sometimes could be of an interesting dynamics. Of course, again, we definitely need a whole entire show for something like that. But going a little bit deeper, while I was gone the last several weeks, a lot has been happening on the continent. I don't know if people have been having shows here about what's happening in Ethiopia. Have you? And what is going on in Ethiopia? I've been trying to stay away from the news lately.
Yeah, Mika kind of tried to address it with some videos, some uploads as well regarding some of the tensions and stuff. Yeah, I mean, mostly it's been the tensions that have been happening in Ethiopia. We kind of covered on it and how the people of Ethiopia should really try to. I think one of the statements that he made was it shouldn't be a case of people saying, stop killing. For example, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not saying the actual words, but he was saying something along the lines of, especially with the tensions amongst some of the regions and some of the tribes, saying people should say, if we are to bring unity in Ethiopia, people should not say, stop killing Amaras, stop killing Oromias, stop, instead of saying, stop killing Ethiopians. If each life should matter to everybody, it should not be about just my tribe's people only and stuff. So it should be about the fighting, the infighting should just stop in general. People should really see themselves as Ethiopians instead of classifying or grouping themselves only to their tribe and identifying themselves to their tribe and only defending only the interests of their tribes instead of the general country as a whole, to say on all sides we need to love one another, we need to come together to build this beautiful country. I think that's more what he was saying. But I'm sure he can say it better than myself. But we did touch on it. We did touch on the Ethiopia issue, yes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I also find it very interesting, actually, this whole constant use of this word genocide. I'm kind of like, I have a little issue with that. People killing each other because of ethnic differences, and especially in Ethiopia in the last, several months. I find it ridiculous, of course, and it's easy just to use those terms and leave it at that. But I also find it interesting that it's constantly happening much more in the rural areas than in the urban areas, right? So there's probably a lot more to unpack there, because there must be some issues that are not resolved at those very local levels that we at the urban areas don't recognize. People in Addis Ababa, for example, or, some other major cities where a lot of policy and a lot of political actions are made. And so I find it very difficult to even talk about, because we don't really hear much about what is exactly happening in these very, very rural areas where a lot of these atrocities are happening. And it's crazy to me, but it didn't happen overnight. It's a long existing underpinning situations that have been happening in Ethiopia for the last 20, 30 years, if not longer, among ethnic groups that are living, amongst each other, really, even though that we are actually an ethnic federalist country with ethnic states. In every single ethnic state, there are multiple ethnic groups living in it, and unfortunately, I don't think that we understand the real true situation on the ground in those areas as much as we think that we do. Ethiopia needs to figure that out. It's very difficult to assess it at the city level, like I said, in Addis Ababa, where you definitely have a very majority of the all ethnic groups living, but in a much more, for example, in Amara region, they're going to be, Tigrayans, Oromos, and every other ethnic group you can imagine living in. And the same thing in Tigray. But I know we've probably talked about this whole idea of ethnic federalism as a root cause of some of the problems that we have, but I think it goes even far deeper than that. I was might as well just say it. I was just in India, and they have a caste system, right? So they have the same kind of issues, but it's under these caste systems. They're not necessarily an ethnic thing. It's more of a different issue, and it's one and the same. But this has been going on for a long time there, and they're having a very difficult time trying to undo that. I remember as an Ethiopian growing up, listening in the back about my own family, friends, or whatever, sometimes talk about other ethnic groups in certain ways that it's probably has been happening for centuries, right? So undermining that ethnic group in order to for dominance or whatever. Let's not forget TPLF, for example, is a minority ethnic group that ruled Ethiopia for 20 years or 25 years or whatever, 30 years or whatever you want to. Some might even say a little longer than that in certain ways. But unpacking, actually solving that issue is going to be a lot more difficult, and I think it's going to be more important that we address it at the local rural areas where the majority of Ethiopians, mind you, 85 to 90% of Ethiopians do not live in cities. They live in these areas where there's multiple different ethnic groups living in very close contact with each other. And it should be a concern because that's the majority of the population. And you see where this is happening is mostly in these areas. Anyway, so that's my thought on that. But I'm sure I would love to have, to have more discussions. I wish we could stop talking about Ethiopia's problems and it was solved, but it's not. Obviously, it keeps going on. But Ethiopia is not the only country. I think this is kind of flaring up these kind of issues in other countries as well within the African context. But
I think what you're saying is very important, Jonathan. I think Ethiopia is not the only country that's having this issue or these issues. I think each African country has some form of issue in terms of either tribal or ethnic. Some things are just in other countries maybe more hidden under the carpet. They know about it, that there's debt under there, but then they'll not expose it. Also, depending on the media of each country, some countries still have media that's tightly controlled. So hence, it's not easy for many people to really know the actual things until somebody can say, I was in that country or I was on the ground and this is the picture I got and this is what's happening, you know. So I think all African countries are facing that challenge. Our diversity is, as Mika has said, His Excellency has said, that it can be our strength and it can also be our weakness. So I think one of the issues that we struggle with in Africa at the moment is how do we demolish the stereotypes or the prejudices that we have against each other as tribes. Some of these things, they come from how we view each other or how we've been treated because of history. Maybe one tribe has treated this tribe badly at a point in history, and then that tribe now has to suffer for years because other tribes believe that you killed us or you stole our land or you stole this from us or you mistreated us when you were in power. Now we are in power. We need to show you that we can also do the same. Trying to settle scores as well. And also just having those prejudices to say, oh, that tribe, they are criminals or they are killers, or that tribe, they are the ones in power in our country. They are the one looting all the money in the country. Things like that. I think there's a lot of prejudices that needs to be demolished or really settled, where in such a way that we can move forward as a people, instead of just looking at each other with that suspicious eye to say, those guys from Tigray, I don't trust them. They were in power for 25 years. They did ABC. We can see their mistakes. Yes, they've done mistakes, but do we still hold even every person from Tigray the same? Even though it was only few minority, there's like few people who were in power. Now the whole tribe sometimes, or the people who come from a certain region, have to suffer because of 10 or 20 people who were in power who took the wrong decision for the country or for the tribe, and then a tribe now has to suffer because of leadership. And now people will tarnish the whole people as one, but it was only 20 people who were in power who did all the wrong things. So I think as people, we need to open up more and really discuss these things without fear or favor as well. We need to talk about these things, because sometimes I think we scared to say, hey, this is a very sensitive issue. We might hurt other people, we might offend other people. And obviously certain things like this, they really need wisdom when you tackle them, because you cannot just raise an issue without clear objectives and without sometimes some people will get offended regardless of how you even raise something. Just because you raise it, others, their wounds are not healed. It's still painful. Once you raise that issue, emotions go high, So that's why I say it really needs a lot of wisdom. It needs a lot of counsel when you're dealing with such, you cannot just jump on it like that. But we need healing as Africans. I believe so. From all things that we've done to each other as tribes and as people, and things that we're still doing to each other even now, Jonathan. As I made this example, that just 20 people from one tribe or from one region did some of the things that did not benefit a certain tribe or did not benefit the country, then the other people will now suffer because this person came from your region and he was doing So it did ABC, and it was not good for the country. People are still suffering because of a policy or a decision that somebody who comes from your region did. Then now it's a people now start labeling because, oh, people are coming from that region. Mostly it's this ethnic group mostly. We don't want them in our region. Those people are stealing from the country's wealth. They're the ones who are looting the country. You know, things like that. Then people suffer even after the effect. You know, and how do we reconcile and make sure that we do not repeat the same mistakes? If my brother from another region did something really bad, when I get into power, I must make sure that I do something better. Since I've seen something bad, I need to do good. I should not be trying to settle scores and say people like this should not come in my place, should not come in my country. Things like that, you know. Those are things that we still need to heal from, and sit down on the table with no fear. And I mean, we need to settle. We need to really approach these issues. I think most Africans are not tackling these issues of our own prejudices, our own fears, and our own pains that we've suffered under certain rulers or under certain leaders and stuff.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I think it's also important that you kind of identify in order to find solutions. I don't know if this is the greatest example, but I figured this whole entire problem we're talking about, this ethnic issues that we're having, not just in Ethiopia, but in Africa in general, and maybe I'm speaking specifically to what's going on back home in Ethiopia, but, you know, I can probably, the more that I'm thinking about it, I can find three sources of and possible solutions. I think one is obviously, I know I'm probably going to get a very bad pushback from some people. It's like there is this older generation that is still pent up on what has happened in the past, that continues to talk about it that way, you know, revenge, I guess you could even say. So that older generation that kind of passes that hatred on to their children and so forth and so forth and so forth. That's one problem. And how do we cut through that cycle? The second is, again, like I said, I think I could be completely wrong, but I find that this is a real problem in the rural areas, and we're not concentrating and going and finding out and figuring out those solutions. Because again, at least in the idea of what I've seen in Ethiopia, this is happening in very rural areas where a lot of the bloodshed is happening, and no one gets or even thinks about going and trying to figure out why this is so much more intense in those areas, right? And the third, I think, is the diaspora. The diaspora could be either a solution or actually the root of some of these problems. They are the most loud and the most divisive, could be, I should say. As a diaspora, I don't consider myself that. Here I am talking about One Africa and Swahili Nation, right? But trust me, the majority on especially social media, the loudest voices of disruption and chaos, and not just in Africa and other countries as well, tend to be these diasporas in their basements, right? So I think those are the three key target areas that we need to solve, or at least try to figure out how to solve. The good news is I think that the youth is definitely in a different space and different mentality compared to a lot of what is going on. I'm talking about on the ground within Africa, but yeah, I'm tired of like talking about identifying the problem, but then, you know, how do you find the solutions and actually do something, right? Yeah, so those are the three things I think that we need to really focus on. Those three things. The older generation that is really kind of still stuck on it, on a lot of these divisive language that they still talk about children, and the children pick that up, and it continues like as a cycle, like I said. Understanding that this is really happening in areas that we have very little understanding of because we're not there, right? They're not on, most of them are not on social media. They're not talking to us, right? And then the third, like I said, is some of this diaspora that is using these social medias that are not being in any kind of form or way dissected or understood. within the continent of Africa, where people just spew all kinds of hate and disruption, where it doesn't affect them, right? So they can just talk about anything and instigate things and never pay the price for it. Again, when we're talking about ethnicity and problems, it's not just an African issue. We can see this stuff in Ukraine and Russia, right? Ethnic problems are universal, unfortunately. Not an easy thing to cut through in a generation. I think it takes many, many generations. But I wonder if the rate of urbanization of an African country matters when it comes to less ethnic violence. I'm just curious. We probably should do some research on that, right? Because I think the more urbanized you are as a country, it could be that most ethnic groups end up having to live with each other and understand each other more than rural areas where for centuries they've been fighting over basic, limited resources, whether it's land or cattle or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think urbanization helps with that more integration, because now you get people from all over, all other regions or all other states in the country. And now you're forced to work with people that you might have had bad experiences or just have been taught wrong ideologies to hate them or not to take them serious or to look down on them. So, but when you're now in a working environment or in a business environment, you're forced to interact with everybody in an urban environment. I think the more countries obviously become more urbanized and stuff, people moving and migrating, those things start slowly breaking up. I mean, even if a region might have predominantly another tribe, but the more there's more cities being built, then people start slowly saying, you know what, I thought guys from America like this, but you are showing me something totally different, So I think sometimes when people start interacting and see the other side of life, to say, I'm getting to know you as Jonathan now as a person. I'm not getting to know you as America or as whatever tribe that you come from. I'm knowing you as a person first. Then when I can connect with you from a personal level, where I'm addressing you as a person, I'm knowing you as a person, I'm not knowing you as America or as whatever tribe you are from, it becomes easy to break those stereotypes, to say, when somebody says, no, those people from this region are like this, you can quickly say, no, man, it's not all of them. It's not like that. That's not how you should be taking this. And sometimes, when people are talking, you find that he'll be saying, I've seen people saying general statements. I'm like, no, those people are like this. And you find that their very close friend is from the same region where they have stereotype or they have prejudice about you. Like, did you know that friend of yours is from that place?
And no, you know what? That is such a good point. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And I think that we all have that kind of responsibility, because I'm sure we all experience that. And we cannot just laugh it off. You have to actually really call it out. You cannot change everybody's mind, but that's the best way, right? I think if we understand that is an issue, I'm talking about individually. If I hear anybody that I know, family or friend, that says any kind of stuff like that around me, I'm not going to just ignore it. No, I'll call it out and we'll have a debate. I'm not going to necessarily change their mind at the end, but at least I'm not going to let them get away with it, right? And like you said, most of the time I do that example, do you know, right? And I usually use the idea of DNA to make them realize you guys are crazy. You're intermarried. You're honestly, if you check your DNA, you're literally 4 or 5 cousins apart. I'm talking about in a country like Ethiopia, where they literally been intermarrying for centuries. So I find it hilariously crazy to me. It's upsetting, actually. You guys are nuts. But everything comes down to economics, I think. And ethnic groups are protective of survival because they protect their economic interests at the end. So as long as we have this economic inequalities among groups, ethnic groups in particular, I think we're always going to have issues in Africa. I think that's what cuts down some of that issue when I said urbanization, because it kind of changes that dynamic. And I'm not saying that urbanization is not going to be an issue, because then it might not be ethnic, but then you're going to have economic inequality there too, and that could also be divisions within what groups are economically accepted to run businesses, who's what, and that is also a government problem. But yeah, again, we have a lot of work to do, right? So, but hopefully that the more that we talk, that we try to find solutions to some of the obvious, I think Biggie always talks about the low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit for me is just making sure that if you ever hear anybody talking a certain way about other ethnic groups, especially within your own country, is to check them, right? Don't let that just pass by. Don't be scared to challenge that ideology, which is really the downfall of not just Africa but humanity in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, I think the more we're opening up, and I think there's a big generation at the moment where of young people who are expressing themselves, traveling to other countries, opening up and reaching out. I mean, building the bridges between us as a people. That the more we having these channels where we talking, that we reaching out to everybody in the continent. I mean, that's where we're going to have a lot of knowledge about each other, and certain things. It'll be easy to now start dealing with each other because we can build even trust. We can now start doing businesses across different countries, because currently, as we all know, that even intra-trade in Africa, it's so small between us as Africans. We're struggling to even trade amongst our neighbors, the closest people around us. But we are willing to send or trade with other countries, China, you name all those other countries outside our continent. But the more we start talking and saying, oh, you are in tech, you are in Addis, I'd love to hook up with you on this project. That's how we can now start doing inter-trade, inter-skills. We can share so much amongst ourselves and start building a lot of things together. But the moment we still just looking at outside for anything, we'll never do anything. But I think currently there's a generation that's gaining momentum and trying to reach out to many other Africans around the continent and even outside as well.
No, I completely agree. It's happening slowly, I have to admit, very, very slowly. But no, seriously, and I see it in certain industries. I always bring back to the fact that, over 1 billion Africans are walking around with clothes on, and there is no reason why we have to import clothing from anywhere. We know how to stitch, we have cotton, we have everything. Like, there is no reason why we have to buy secondhand clothing from China in certain countries in Africa. That, it's just crazy to me. Some of that is changing a little bit, sourcing from each other. I think some of the tech, even industry, I mean, with Kenya working with Ethiopia right now with the Wi-Fi and all of that, and opening up the border slowly for some kind of inter-regional trade. Africa is a huge continent, and so moving around goods from West Africa to somewhere like in East Africa, because we don't have the infrastructure, is more costly than just getting it from China on a boat, right? So I understand we have a lot of challenges to figure that out still. But yeah, it is slowly happening. And, I don't want to knock down social media completely, because I think it has also kind of opened up this understanding of Africans relating to each other. For example, you're in South Africa, I'm here in the US and Ethiopian. We have all kinds of, people from Tanzania, Kenya on here, and both from the diaspora, local, from the globe, right? We have African Americans from Taiwan, calling on you, from the islands, I should say, rather. But from everywhere, right? So there is this kind of thing that it's going to have a positive effect as well. Not only, I would have never expected that I'll end up on a channel called Swahili Nation about African issues, right? So when you have these kind of good platforms, and why I support, that it does connect, and then eventually we understand that our problems are very, very interconnected, and finding the solution is not a remote and just self-interest of one country, but the interest of every country. South Africa, as far away as it is from places like Egypt or Ethiopia or Sudan, we definitely have similar problems and issues. I think Pi was talking about something about South Africa. Was something happening that was crazy in South Africa? I mean, there's always is. I think they showed a video or something he said, or
This is what we were talking about your country yesterday on Dr. K's channel again. I don't know, Pi, maybe join us and tell us what you guys were discussing again. I don't know what they were talking about. Dr. K normally joins us here, but I hardly watch his channel, honestly. But yeah, you're more than welcome, Pi, to tell us what you guys were discussing about South Africa. Yeah, join us, Pi. Join us. I mean, and he's been calling out. I mean, he was calling Yanatan. He called you, Yanatan, at some point. Then he called me, and why don't you join us? Okay, 15 minutes you'll come in. Oh yeah. More than welcome, Pi, to join us. Yeah, man. He'll tell us. I don't know what you guys were talking about. He'll enlighten us.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if it was something positive, he wouldn't have just left it as that. So I'm assuming it's something crazy. But but you know, I think there's a lot that South Africa is being very picked on for some of it good reason. You know, I think the way that some of the South Africans are reacting to immigrants, I find it hilariously funny. I'm like, where were you when you were being completely dominated by? You didn't react this way from your white, enslavers and colonizers, but yet you are reacting like this to Africans. So I find that to be a very interesting fact that should be called out. Like, you did not react to this to your white enslavers, but they're immigrants themselves, aren't they? They're like, I consider them refugees. I mean, economic refugees that took advantage of the African continent, especially in the South, not just South Africa, but other neighboring countries. But you didn't react and you didn't do this the way that you are doing to your own African brothers and sisters today. So I find that to be a very questionable action on your people. I'm just saying,
No, I mean, there's been a lot. I mean, if it's an issue of Black South Africans versus other Africans, and like for me, I always take it as it's a minority thing, and I think the news makes it like as if the whole country, all Black South Africans are not cool with other Africans. I mean, it's a small minority, man. It's maybe 1% of people who are into those things. But because our media is open, we don't really have a media that's oppressed or suppressed and stuff. People can publish anything. And sometimes I look at some of the things online when they talk about South Africa. I'm like, which South Africa are they talking about? Maybe I'm living in another section of South Africa that I don't know of. And some of the things are exaggeration from where I stand and where I observe some of the things. Others, it's just because something has been repeated so much, and to some people who have not even had a chance to integrate with more South Africans, they just think it's the truth. South Africans don't want other Africans. Man, there's a lot of Africans in South Africa. A lot of almost everyone of African descent is in South Africa. And even people from other countries besides Africa, they are in South Africa. I mean, so I think sometimes the people that really love relishing on the issue of South Africans not being cool with other Africans or not being welcoming or something like that, it's not really the actual truth, because there's still a lot who are still coming to South Africa or who are living and doing business. Others who've never had their own issue, their business interrupted or any of that stuff. So I think just an extent, some of the things where because it's been repeated so much, and when people do some of the videos, because there's a specific group in the country that says they want South African first for anything, every opportunity, you have to look after South Africans, then people just, no, xenophobia started again, So, and South Africa is an open society. People are welcome to say anything in the country. We don't live in a country where if I say I'm starting a party today or an organization where I say I'm catering for South African Fest, then that means I'll be killed, or some government official will come to my house to say, hey, stop making that noise or something like that. People are doing so many things. It's crazy. People are doing different things. And as a whole, as a country, we cannot be held hostage or responsible for only few people. Now the whole country has to suffer and now feel like, oh, we can't go anywhere. The Africans, they think we are xenophobic. I mean, that's really really
sorry, I didn't mean to put you in the spot, Professor. The Pastor Ezra. But you know what? A good question actually came out in my head. I mean, what is the most invaded by colonized? If you had to pick a country within Africa, is it South Africa? Is it the Congo? Would it be Egypt? I mean, what country has been the most invaded from outsiders? I'm trying to think. Is it the Congo? Because the Congo was the Belgians, and then you had the French, the English. I mean, is it South Africa?
You have to look at it in different ways. How colonization worked in Africa. Let's just look at the European colonization. Let's leave the Arab one. Looking at the European exploration, colonization, you name all those words, right? The southern part of Africa, we have more settler colonies, unlike maybe West Africa, where they came, but they didn't really settle for long. And also looking at other countries were not easy for Europeans to adapt or live because of diseases and stuff. Others suffered, they died of malaria and other things. But when you go to the most of the southern part of the continent, you have a lot of Europeans that settled in those regions because the weather conditions are very conducive. I mean, you don't have a mosquito issues unlike other places. Or you don't have a lot of just sicknesses and stuff that are really they could not live under. But that's why they end up settling in the southern part. Namibia, South Africa, as further as Zambia and other places where they entered and really explored the land so much, because those places are very congested. You don't have really, I think you don't have a lot of crazy things to diseases and stuff as well. Hence, there was a lot of settler colonies. And also, the land was good. The land was really...
the land was rich.
The land was rich.
For cultivating and for mining, let's be honest.
Yeah.
They found their way in the jungle of Congo too, and that was not very, conducive, but they managed, right? So anyway,
but they could not stay long because it was hard. It was not as fertile the land is in Congo. It was not easy as well. I mean, you can have a fertile land, but for you to really start establishing things, it was more harder to establish a lot of things than in other parts of especially more as you go south. It was easy in the south to settle and to do a lot of things. You understand? And the land was still open then. I mean, let's say, for example, the tribes, I mean, the ones that came through the Cape or via Cape Town, those places, for them, I mean, there weren't really a lot of people or a lot of big tribes there. So it was easy to enter through those places and move in. As they were moving in, that's when the fights, the tribal fights, or the
you mean invade?
Yeah, when they started moving inland, that's when now
invading
tribes. Exactly, because and even among themselves, Europeans fought.
They didn't move in; they invaded. I just want to make sure that we use the proper word to say what they did. Yeah, they didn't. They invaded.
And funny part is they also fought among themselves. People don't know. Others don't know that history. That even white people fought in South Africa. The British and the Dutch, they also fought in the country. That's why most of the Dutch went inland when they were fighting. The British took over the coastal part, and then the Dutch now moved inwards because of the infighting they were having there in the Cape. So hence, when
they're the ones that use, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get my history straight. So the Dutch are the ones with the Afrikaans with the K, right?
Yes.
Okay, the Afrikaans. They actually call themselves Africans. I think it's hilarious. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so So there was also war amongst themselves, and there was infighting. So the land, man, it was fought in many fronts. People think they were so united, they did everything to conquer among themselves, even because now they're all coming from different regions in Europe as well. You must remember, in the Africans, there's also the people who came from France, some Christians who were persecuted in France that came in South Africa to settle there. So, and when they got there, there was issues, there was tensions. They fought amongst themselves as well. Before they managed to now build together, they were also fighting among themselves. It wasn't like a smooth ride. They just came, they saw a fertile land, they conquered the tribes, they won over them, and it was, no, they also had a fight. They fought for the land there here in the country. So, and others had to move, just like even tribes. Some of the tribes, if you look at their history, they are somehow related to each other because others had to move because of infighting. Imagine you, Jonathan, with your brother are fighting to become kings, and then your brother fights you and you decide, I'm leaving this region, I'm going to start my own place somewhere. You move with certain people in your family, you start a tribe there. But when you listen to your language, you find that your language is the same as your brother, but now it has changed because you met other tribes, you either conquered them and you put them under you as your tribe now. So the language kind of changed a bit, but then they still has some form of resemblances to the your brother's language, So tribesmen, even among ourselves as Africans, we're fighting. I think some of the people, they tend to think we never fought. I mean, there was infighting. Shaka Zulu also had its own fights. There was a lot of infighting among tribes. And sometimes this issue of Africa, people can just move around in Africa. It's not really entirely true that people are just moving around Africa anywhere they wanted as Black people. It wasn't the case.
No, are you kidding me? Tribal territory was a very, very important aspect of life. I mean, it still is in a lot of ways, right?
Exactly.
And so that's why I always, when we say about One Africa, like we really need to understand what we mean by that, because like I said, Ethiopia, a majority of the population is rural. They're still very much about the land, So that's why I brought up the whole urbanization thing, because I think that changes the factors. But in South Africa, I watched Shaka Zulu, the whole entire series. They need to remake it, because I wonder how much of the narrative would change. I'm so thankful that you gave me this historical, like in a very brief synopsis of your history, but I'm sure it's not the complete history. And I never say that I am as informed as I should be about every African country. That includes my own. As much as I would love to, I'm trying to learn as much as possible. And that's probably what all Africans need to do, is really, really, really understand the history of their country within the context of these borders that today are called a country, and understand all these cultural differences that are, that are living in a state that is governed by a central government that understands what their existence means, because. These were pastoralists. They didn't have borders. They just moved around. They had their own political systems, understandings. They will have flare up of fighting. I mean, even in I hate to constantly giving the example of Ethiopia, just because that's my understanding, my historical understanding. But in southern part of Ethiopia, there's tribal groups that in really bad rainy seasons, when it does not come, or what have you, they will actually have wars among these different tribal groups because of pastoral needs, where they're going to take their animals to feed. A tribal group that is just, within a few distance from them might encroach into their land, and then they will have a war. The men go out fighting and they're outside of the whole entire state government in a lot of ways. This happens a lot in the southern part of Ethiopia, and I'm sure in parts of Kenya and parts of a lot of countries within Africa, where the central government has very little power, really control, for the most part. So yeah, the examples that you gave was amazing. But again, you still did not answer my question. So which country in Africa is the most invaded? And yeah, I include the northern African countries. They're still part of Africa. So
most invaded in terms of what? Like people from other places
Outside of Africa.
conquering or having owning or like in terms of currently, I won't say, maybe I won't use that word invaded. I'll say country that's been attracting a lot of people. I think most of the countries now people are starting to come to many different countries. But I think at the moment, in terms of diversity of people, if you want to see all kinds of people, I would say South Africa is that country where it has the most diverse people. If any person if you've only seen some people only on TV, you can see them live in my country. That I can say that for sure. You check.
So I'm sorry, you're saying it's South Africa? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if we're talking about diversity, diverse people, currently also South Africa is the most diverse one in the continent.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was going. I think if I had to choose one, I think it would be South Africa as well.
Yeah,
because you can see it, like you just said, just from the population. I can see. Did you order coffee or something? You're waving down your waiter.
No. I was just waving at someone. Don't worry. That's that.
SNN is on commercial break.
No, sorry guys. I had to also get something to drink.
No, I'm just saying as SNN is on commercial break, sometimes, that's what happens, commercial break. Anyway.
So to answer
What's up, Pi?
part of your question, Pi, that's why to some people who interact with different people from different other African countries and stuff, like myself, I went to, you can call it an international school because I had people from other parts of other countries as well. I had exposure to different people from all countries, you name them, Kenya, Egypt, you name those schools. But I'm more exposed to interacting with different people, so it's easy for me. But you get people that do not have that opportunity. They only get that opportunity to see the people maybe in a mall or maybe in a on the road, but they don't have that interaction where they can talk to those people and understand them or see them. And there's people also who are coming from other countries who do not integrate into their society they live in. They just live among their own group of people and they don't interact with other groups as well. They only interact on a small margin. Hence, there'll always be that thing. But for most people that really know that there's a lot of people who come from different places living in the country, they don't have issues. That's why they get shocked when somebody says, putting some other sensational stories online, and you find people are in a group really, enjoying the conversation or even lying to each other, and you're like, I'm not going to waste my time. But let's hear what Pi was talking about. Let's hear his story. Pi, welcome. Yeah, man, what's up?
Yeah, my own stream. I don't see my self on the panel.
Oh, let me do this.
I can hear you.
I know what's happening there. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna try to.
Oh, I see now.
Wow. Okay, I love the new.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm like, is that the Star of David? What is that?
What's what?
No, I'm looking at your star.
I'm just.
Oh no, it's not the Star of David.
I know it's not. It's too many stars. I was just gonna say that's way too many stars on there. Yeah.
But no, yeah. So the topic was very controversial. We're saying, oh, is South Africa xenophobic or whatever, but it's actually there's a lot of different. What we're trying to like explain is that there are a lot of different types of political parties or beliefs in South Africa, because South Africa is more of like a modern nation. It's more diverse compared to other African countries, where foreigners from other African countries. Like we were talking about topics like Black Land, Black First. We're talking about Operation Dudula. We're talking about people that are more like African communalists. We talk about a lot of different things. But one thing that I liked about that we talked about from the conversation is closest to the beginning is that I showed a chart that showed like how for importation, most African countries are imported. They import from the European Union or China or India. And they were trying to say that, because a lot of people, they're trying to say that South Africa was xenophobic, you know what I mean? And they don't like other Africans. And then I'm saying, well, how does that make any sense? Because South Africa, they trade with Lesotho, Eswatini, Angola, Namibia, I think Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. They trade with like 7 or 8 different countries. So how would they be anti-African? Why would they want to trade with other African countries if they were xenophobic? And they're the only African country that trades with other African countries. So basically, yeah, that's basically the kind of stuff that we were talking about. And I was what I meant by was essentials, I was trying to keep us from like sensationalizing it, because a lot of people, like, at least not on here. You know what's funny? The same people that come on here because we're more chill, they usually come from more chill vibe. But like I believe Dr. K is more like has like more, it's like freedom of speech platform. So he lets people say anything. So they just say anything they want. So a lot of people there are very nationalistic on there. But it was a good conversation.
Did you say nationalistic? Can you please? Video. I'm sorry. What you said? Nationalistic? Can you please expand on that? What do you mean nationalistic?
Meaning, like, if you say anything about their country, they'll say something about your country.
Okay.
Now oh yeah, I see what you're saying now. I think sometimes it's because I think people they personalize things, you know, when there's an issue. Sometimes it's not about we need to discuss an issue at hand, and not personalize it to that point where it says now, but you have this, but you also do this, but you also do that, you know. Let's talk about the issue at hand. If we talk about is South Africa xenophobic, let's discuss the matter without sometimes having you say, but your country, you are killing each other there. What do you call it? You know, I know what people will normally tend to say when you get to a conversation where you are talking about their country, because everyone will try to kind of personalize it, but sometimes be derailed from the main topic of that day. But continue, Pai. Sorry.
No, what I mean is, I personally don't believe South Africa is xenophobic. I just think because there's I believe the ENCA and the SABC, and the press is a lot more free compared to other African countries. So when something happens in South Africa, we hear about it more than something that happens in Central, West, North, or even the Horn of Africa. So the story just gets more polarized or sensationalized. You know what I mean? I feel like the average story will be more sensationalized if it's from South Africa than it's from a different country.
Yeah, you know, it's by the way, I went to the Gandhi Museum in Ahmedabad, and I didn't realize that Gandhi spent a lot of years in South Africa and has a very, very controversial history while he was staying in. And yeah, very controversial, because he actually fought for the freedom of Indians, but really looked down at the Africans. And I did not know that. And so this conversation is still happening within the context of his legacy in India. It's just shocking to me. I did not know. And there's a whole entire section of him as a lawyer in in South Africa, which I did not know that he spent that many years, by the way. So, and again, like what you were just talking about, Pai, like with the xenophobia thing, like it followed even Gandhi in his tenure or his life in that country, which obviously we're still having those conversations among the people that are in South Africa, which is interesting. a
as
little
with the
context
conversation
of
at some
what it
points
is.
is like, oh, deport all the European foreigners and Americans. I'm thinking in my head like, what if they did this? This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. What if they try to do the same thing in Zimbabwe? I was thinking like, from my perspective, right? You have to make sure that first of all, you have to be able to like what's happening in Russia, right? There's the airplanes, they can't fly anywhere, right? Because of all the sanctions they have in the country. And they don't have a Boeing or an Airbus, right? So what I'm saying is, like, if there was someone that had the money, right, and they were talking on here, like they really knew what they're talking about, they were an investor, they're a billionaire, say, oh, let's create our own flights and hire South Africans so that they're actually employed and actually have a stake in that. So then they could be able to fly wherever they want and create their own company. This is the kind of stuff that Africa needs. It needs to be able to fly wherever it wants to. It needs to be able to build its own airplanes and be independent if it wants to be independent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the two major airlines right now are Boeing and Airbus, really, which is French. They not only build planes, but they're the ones that are really building military planes too. So we kind of caught up in this crazy situation when it comes to that. Was this a conversation that was going on yesterday as well, Pi? Like building out?
Yeah, we went on for like 11 hours.
11 hours. Wow. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this yesterday on here or?
No, it was on Dr. K's channel.
Oh, okay. You said earlier that I missed an interesting conversation.
No, we talked. I was here yesterday too with Potential in Africa. I was there with Dr. Ebenezer too.
Okay. So yeah, I think Africa and every country that is not, we are very much dependent on these very basic necessities like an airplane, right? So you're absolutely right. Ethiopian Airlines are a huge airlines in Africa, the biggest airlines, right? It knows how to fix planes because it has that capacity and it trains people how to fly and serve on planes and all of that, but it does not make its own planes. Yeah, I mean, how long is that going to take? Who knows, right? Even European countries are not doing that themselves. Even Russia cannot build its own planes. I think they have their own planes, don't get me wrong, but they're nowhere quality-wise as what I think the Chinese themselves are not even there yet. They're building ships. I'm sure there's a reason behind that, but they're building their own jets. But if
they build
Africa
planes, but they're not the same. They're not the same quality as planes to fly internationally. They're not the same quality.
Yeah, it's definitely not Boeing, the one that crashed in Ethiopia or anything like that. But yeah, the quality is definitely a huge factor. I think Boeing definitely has a very long history of safety for the most part, even though recently it had issues. And the Airbus obviously is a competition, but it's just really those two that dominate the whole entire airline industry. But if Africa was to build planes, who will be building it? South Africa, probably, maybe. I don't know, like what country has the capacity? Maybe Nigeria?
Even Egypt. Egypt, most people are sleeping on Egypt. They've got a lot of industrial base as well, a good industrial base. Egypt is also one of those countries that I think they can do it as well. Maybe Nigeria as well. They can also pull up something. But in terms of countries where you know that you won't have a lot of bottlenecks before you do any project, I think those countries are more likely to do it.
I think Egypt is a great example, but I don't trust Egypt. That's all. They're wishy-washy about being an African, so I think they would be like, "Yeah, but we won't sell to Africa, but we'll sell to Europe with our country." So I don't know. I'm not trying to be picky on Egypt, but I think they have not yet decided what continent they are on yet. So that's my feeling about that.
But I think some of the things are with the world, the way it's going. I mean, the Chinese are coming, and Chinese as well. I mean, trusting on their own products, putting their products and making sure they support their own industries. I'm telling you, in the coming years, especially for them looking for new markets, African stuff, you'll just start seeing some airlines buying from them as well.
Yeah, but Ezra, let's just say in Taiwan, right? Even if
Yeah.
I decide to stay here, and China they take it over and they defeat the U.S. in the war, you think they're gonna be nice to Africans? They're no longer dependent on anybody. They'll be the imperial power. That's why you have to make sure that we at least start talking about creating these actual industries that the whole world depends on in Africa. Because I don't trust them either. Like what?
But
know
you
what I
know
mean?
what I think, right? At the moment, I think most countries have learned something. They rather use manipulative tactics than be brutally like oppressive and stuff. Currently, they know that. That's why they were coming with this strategy to say, no, we are not coming to. We are building in Africa. Unlike others, we're just taking from Africa. So they came with a strategy when they were coming, when they were asked that, oh, now China, you are the new colonizer of Africa. They were like, no, us, we are building in Africa. We are investing in Africa. And they started doing all borrowing our government's money and also doing some projects in Africa. So that's just, I doubt they'll go to that level where they say, we're coming to this country, we're taking over everything, you can't tell us anything and all that stuff. They know that that will be a disaster. They are far off. And even if you have the biggest military, a war is you won't get anything much when you are in war. I mean, imagine if you try to take over Africa in that way. In this day and age, I mean, your projects will be sabotaged. I mean, people will sabotage all those things.
Yeah, but as what I mean is that if you look at at least the semiconductor industry right now, I believe 70% of the world's neon gas, which is used for semiconductors and high tech technology manufacturing, it's located in Ukraine, and that part of Ukraine is occupied by Russia. So the only country right now that's getting the neon gas is China, right? So let's say they were to invade Taiwan. That means they would have all the high tech technology in Taiwan, and countries that need chips for their computers, their phones, their gadgets, any kind of electronics, they wouldn't be able to get it. It'll be the same. Like the RMB will be the most dominant currency. So they will start deploying troops in different countries, just like how I believe America has 1,000+ military bases. In domestically and around the world, they'll start doing that too as well. They won't be dependent on anybody. So I believe Africa needs to be independent as well. You know what I mean?
I completely agree with you, Pi. I completely agree with you.
I think in this day and age, right, even America now, regardless of them having the strength of the corporate power in terms of companies that are multinationals all over the world and all that stuff, no one is fully independent. We all need each other on something. On something we do need, just like Europe needs Russian gas. They do need that gas, regardless of, they can say we'll try to get it elsewhere. It's not easy to just replace it, which means they still need to get it in another country. So right now, there's no one who can say, I'm 100% myself, I can be fully independent. I don't need the Africans. So
what they're doing.
Globalization, that's what globalization means. We're all interdependent. It is so true.
And going to that plane issue, apparently there's, I think, is it Boeing or Airbus? One of them, they're also sourcing some aluminum, titanium products from Russia. I think Russia has some. They're supplying some of their planes equipment. So, I mean, no one can do everything alone, guys. Like at this day and age, even China needs the African resources. They know that Africa still has resources that they can also still manufacture for 50 years or 100 years to come. Hence, they need to be friends with Africa. They have nowhere to go, but Africa, they need to come here.
Yeah, I think we are really, it's very difficult to see when you're in the midst of a hurricane, what hurricane damage does. It's the same idea about the restructuring of the world order. We're in the middle of it, so we don't understand it yet because it's not finalized, but there's a complete readjustment. I think post-World War II, I would say until September 11th. And, when everything had kind of completely shifted since then. If I had to mark a specific date, if I had to. But I think it's much more complicated than that. By the way, Pi, I was just reading a very interesting article from a very important, I forgot his name, but as far as Taiwan and China is concerned, I think they really believe that China is going to come for Taiwan. They're expecting it to happen sooner than much expected. Part of what they believe, what China recently did in Hong Kong with, lending the museum, all that
It's okay.
stuff. It's
Mika's
just a
got me.
beginning.
Miko found an apartment for me. No, I'm just kidding. Keep going.
Really? No, I'm just, no, I was reading this article and they really believe that's kind of like a definite, sure something to happen eventually, right? And I think China has never kept that a secret either. And so going back to the African context about what China is doing, one of the things that they always manage to make every country sign, no matter if it's a loan, development, whatever, and I did not know this, is that they can never, ever, ever recognize Taiwan as an independent country. So African countries do not recognize Taiwan because of the economic entanglement that they have signed onto by partnering with China. So China is using Africa not just for economic benefits, but for also political soft power.
What do you mean? Yanatan, of course. They even have this thing, right, where they can even deport from other countries or de facto breakaways. Like, well, Hong Kong's not a de facto breakaway anymore. Like Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan. If they break the law in Africa, or if they get a false case, they can be deported by China by law, because there's these type of I don't forget what it's called, some kind of deportation law. I have to look it up. I forget what it is that you have to sign when you sign these Belt and Road Initiative deals. So I was seeing this news story in Kenya where these guys they were doing some type of phone fraud or whatever, and he's telling these guys they got deported to China. So they're definitely not gonna get a fair trial, because they got deported and they're not being tried in Taiwan and that kind of stuff. So the chances is pretty much zero, because I believe mainland China has a pretty high conviction rate. But yeah, go ahead.
No. That's why it was. I mean, I didn't realize this was like kind of, if it's not in the document, it's an understanding within the political powers that are signing these deals with Chinese, that these African countries cannot recognize Taiwan and cannot support certain political stances that China does not want African countries to, because even though we don't have a seat in the in the Security Council, I mean, global political clout matters. Even, I think we can see it with what happened with Ukraine and Russia, right? How many African countries abstained, right? That sends a statement about where Africa stands, and that also has its own, historical, political relationship that Russia has had within the African context. And even though that it didn't matter, I mean, our economic possibilities are so limited. But I saw it in, I will say again, India, where India said, you know what? No, screw this. We're gonna buy all the cheap, gas. They got it for 50% off, and gas has not gone up there because of that. Anyway, the point I was trying to make, going back to China, is that China is quietly, really, really eyeing Taiwan. Just saying pie from my readings. I'm sure that the Taiwanese realize that as well. I wonder what they're saying where you're at.
Well, I mean, this has been going on for 70 plus years, and at least me, I really don't concern myself at the end of the day, because they just seem to want to rely on the U.S. and there's not really much I can do about it as a foreigner. They really don't care about a foreigner's opinion. Because the Taiwanese people, they're really kind and peaceful, but once you mention that issue, they get ultra nationalist, and ultra right type of person on that particular issue. So I really don't even care anymore. Whatever happens. If this,
I remember you saying that one time in the chat. You said to me, "I don't bring that up." I never bring it up. Yeah, that explains it.
If it's the CCP rule in the KMT party where I am, or if it's the DPP, and there's two native parties in Taiwan, one in China. Even if it's Singapore, I really don't care who's ruling, to be honest. Whatever happens will happen, as long as you can get an education. Yeah, pretty much.
I think we've had all the statements that China believes. I I think from their own government, they believe that Taiwan is part of China. It's part of mainland China, and America wants to obviously try to side with Taiwan, but I think that issue also it's also about trade, man. I think really it's about the semiconductors. I think is it SMC, is it TSMC, the biggest
TSMC,
yeah.
Taiwan, I think Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, something like that.
Yeah, because
TSMC.
it's the biggest semiconductor company like in the world. So once China has a leverage when over America when it comes to even the trade. I mean, remember when Trump was banning a lot of the Chinese companies like your Huawei, your ZTE, all these big Chinese companies, when he said, nah, he's not going to give them contract in America and stuff. It's all about trade. Once they have that semiconductor, and they know that they'll have that leverage over other countries. Even if you try to sanction China, I mean, regardless of the manufacturing power they have at the moment, they will still have a lot of ammunition on their sleeves. I mean, against anybody in the world. Just like even Russia, even if they try to sanction it so much, they have a lot of internal industries around them. So they don't really, yes, it will affect them. There's things that they obviously import as well as a country, but they can still survive. They can live off some of the nice things or the luxuries that are coming from the West and still survive. But they have a lot of internal things that they're self-sufficient on many things in the country. You know, let me just put it that way. And other things you can always bypass them around other countries. You know how trade is nowadays. It's easy to bypass them with the sanctions. So I just believe that it's just a strategic move. Once they have that, they know that they control all the electronics market. And I read a story that I think China is also trying to build their own. I think they already have. They want to make sure that the whole government, they're going to use Chinese-made computers as well. 100% Chinese-made computers. It's one
I mean,
of
I could definitely see that. I mean, why shouldn't they? And, you know, I wish that, you know, as an African, I wish that we, you know, when you just talked about the semiconductors in Taiwan, you know, I feel like we're like the source of so much of the raw materials that I'm still waiting for a major industry. Like the idea that
Kenya, they have one. Kenya has a semiconductor industry. I think Kenya has a semiconductor industry.
I mean, how big is it? Is it just for local? Did they export? Where does it go?
I think it's local. I think it's pretty new. I think I have to look up on that one because I just learned about that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like where it becomes so important that the global economy depends on it is what I was trying to say. So I think that kind of puts a leverage in so many ways. And I don't think that Africa in general, other than raw materials, including oil from Nigeria, they're not the biggest refiners, you know? It's just the raw material, like the idea that we're just mining all the most necessary things, like in the Congo and the cobalt and all of that, and not actually doing the actual manufacturing of the batteries, for example, right? We've been talking about this for so long. I mean, there is no excuse for that. I think that is what we need to get to. And we could be the source of food as well, right? There's no reason why we have to depend on Ukraine for food. I mean, impossible. I mean, I just find that like so disgusting and illegible of our leaders for the any African country to depend, unless you're a desert country. I mean, even Egypt doesn't depend on food the way that most other countries that have the capacity to actually grow their own necessary food to survive, right? So when are these leaders? I mean, I'm really, really disappointed with the leaders. Where are they going to wake up? I mean, I think they're okay with this aid system that they are functioning in. They are not trying to be self-sustainable in so many different ways.
But yeah, there's no such thing as aid in Africa. It's just looted money, give it back to you. They loot the money and then they give it back to you. Then they say, "Oh, this is aid."
But that's my point. So it's that's that unnecessary, ridiculous. I think that's the one thing that the Chinese are trying to counter. To counter, it's more saying, okay, no, you need to develop. So we'll lend you money to actually build infrastructure instead of giving you aid to feed you, which is completely different, right? I think let's just be honest about that. I'm not saying one is, I don't know, we still don't know what that's going to lead us to, because that's still about, you owe the Chinese money or whatever, but it's a different approach. And the Chinese do not aid to Africa. They loan money to Africa.
You know what worried me, right? Is that document that I sent Biggie that we were talking about when one time the channel accidentally went off air and we were off air, so we could talk about it. Literally, when I read that document, part of the leak about them planning an invasion in the next, I don't know, 10 years or so. Literally in that leak, they're talking about how they're trying to include like BRI countries, like, or especially in Africa and the continent. They're going to use them as a resource for them in the war. So what are they going to try to make African troops deploy in the war as well? Like, did we not learn from World War II? These are the kind of stuff that was concerning me, especially like what's going on in the world today. I don't think it's a good idea at all. They were trying to, even I believe there were some Ethiopians that even wanted to go as mercenaries to fight in Ukraine. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we should avoid.
Yeah, I mean, there were Africans, and I heard there were some Ethiopians, but like a handful of Ethiopians or a handful of Africans do not represent Africa. I don't know what they were thinking. But which document are you talking about, by the way? Pi, are you talking about the SA, whatever, the United States government document, or?
No, there was. So what happened was, right, the Chinese Communist Party, I believe their military, there was a leak. One of the commanders leaked the fact that they were planning an invasion, and there was these documents. There was a documentation of it. Someone did a write up on it, like recorded it, like on the internet. Like someone leaked it. I guess they weren't happy with the invasion or whatever. It's on YouTube.
I completely missed that. So I remember we had a discussion about a U.S. document within Congress about a readjustment of the U.S. policy towards Africa, and it was completely different, and counter narrative against that Russian influence on the continent. I thought that's what you were talking about, but no, the one that you're talking about, I've not seen. Yeah.
No, it's different.
Hold on, let me
try it.
Yeah, but
so I think going back to talking about leaders, I think we are definitely lacking good leaders in Africa. I think that is our biggest problem. I don't know, like I try to look up to the most common denominator, and I think it's again the internal issue of not. The idea of democracy is not the problem, but the problem is that we allow these really incapable leaders to lead our countries that are stuck with this ideology of dependency on aid, and instead of really developing and getting out of that cycle. That's gonna take time, I think, but still, the younger that they're getting, I think the better. I hope. We'll see what happens. I think it was Marriott or Marie Antoinette and I agreed on that. It's that there is this older generation, I think, that just needs to go. That needs to pass on and let the younger, the ones that are really, really ready to move on, because it is really, honestly, their future, right? So, these people that are stuck. I mean, why is any country being led by one leader for 30 years or 40 years, I think, is insane. I'm not saying that always has to be a bad thing necessarily, but it's never worked out very well for most African countries. Thank you for sharing that, Pi. I'll look at it.
Yeah, basically,
leadership.
The part that worried me was it's called like it's part VIII, part 8. Literally in this section, it says overseas. This was the leaked part of the leaked documents from the invasion planning. Overseas mobilization is an important support for the strategic victory against Taiwan. It is necessary to give full advantage to of our provinces having a large number of Chinese immigrants, plus also many state-owned and private enterprises going abroad, and many economic and trade cooperations with countries along the Belt and Road Initiative. So they're going to try to use African countries and invade Taiwan as well, or at least support them economically. Who knows what will happen? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, not love, but the idea that sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed is is telling. Interesting. I have to read through this. Is this actually really genuine, or is this propaganda, or what is this?
I believe it's genuine because I'll tell you why. Because literally when it got uploaded, it got taken down. I believe someone like banned it. It was banned temporarily. It was like a really big thing, and it was covered on the Taiwanese news. So I believe it's actually true.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised because I told you I listened to this guy talking about the fact that they really honestly believe that China is going to come for Taiwan. It's just a matter of time. So I'm not surprised, but I don't think that China is actually going to look for Africa for. They don't need Africa for this. I mean, why would you think that they would use Africa for this?
Because in the world wars, they use Africa, right, to fight alongside Russia, and then the same countries that they weren't getting as colonized, right, because they were fighting a world war, they got recolonized again. So I was wondering if that same thing, they're trying to do the same thing again, have them focus on other continents and what other continents are doing in wars rather than developing their own countries. That was my concern.
Interesting point. And then again, I have to remember that, Ethiopians actually fought the war in Korea next to the Americans. And I kind of wonder what they think about that today. Of course, they're heroes. Okay. But that's a whole another story. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think Mika covered it once on an episode a while back, a few months ago.
Yeah. So the Asian Peninsula is the whole entire thing. By the way, my whole entire experience while I was in India, just so you know, it's like they do not like China right now at all. And I'm why? That's your neighbor. Like, get along, man. If you can't get along with the most populous country next to you, and you're sharing a border. And then I did a little digging. They're typical, bigger brother and younger brother fighting over the fact that they eventually will be. I mean, they are the third of the whole entire world population together, right? So, and it has a lot to do with Pakistan more than anything else. It's the stance of China when it comes to Pakistan, because they are definitely invested quite a bit there. Same thing with Japan. The whole Abe thing today was crazy.
I think that was China, by the way.
Not mention it.
But sorry? Who knows? I think that was China.
There's some kind of so crazy. The United States media kept talking about the fact how China hated him. I'm like, are you trying to say something here? Like, if you listen to CNN and everything, they kept bringing that up.
They have a lot of part of what they do is they have a lot of same thing in Africa. They have a lot of investments there, or debt traps, or whatever some wants to call it, depending on their perspective there. They have a lot of people that go there to whether it's as a tourist or a spy or that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. Because the reason why I say that is this guy, for I believe it was dozens of years, he was a staunch supporter of Taiwan, and them planning an invasion at this time, I don't think that's really a coincidence at all. That is I don't.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of the media here in the U.S. is talking about. Is Abe was really talking about Japan like reclaiming its military power because of the rise of China, and
right.
Not only that, but it also became very too close for comfort for China with Taiwan. I mean, Japan went, recognized Taiwan and everything, and so there was this whole entire hatred towards this one person. But he was not a leader anymore. He's been out of power for so long. So I will find it very strange. But then at the same time, with everything this is the reason I ended up reading the paper that I just told you. They were talking about this current situation in Japan with Abe. And I'm like, oh, really? What is the story between Japan, China, and Taiwan? So And it was through that I read this paper from this American that said, "Oh no, the Chinese are definitely going into Taiwan." It's like, oh my God,
India, China, and Taiwan
out.
have a. It's not a defense pact, but they have a security pact, by the way.
They do with Japan, yeah, and they just signed something just recently.
And India,
an economic bloc with India as well, exactly. So you can see the dynamics of the global world system just kind of constantly shifting, and they just signed it like maybe a couple of months ago, right? The U.S. along with Japan, along with India, and of course China's out of it, and so it's trying to isolate China and trying to, but you know, what I find very interesting to me is, why is the United States so afraid of China? Like, do you have to constantly be a dominating factor in the world global system? Like, why can't, because they will say it bluntly, like, oh, China's, going to be a bigger economy, going to be more, what has China done to the United States? Except sell you a bunch of cheap underwear.
The U.S. is a war economy. If they lose Taiwan to the U.S., the dollar will be worthless. Because not only will they have the basic manufacturing of China, they have the advanced technology manufacturing in Taiwan. It's pretty much checkmate. So the dollar would it end up like the Turkish lira, or end up like what happened to the Zimbabwe dollar, where it was like 1 million to $1 US. That's the same thing's gonna happen. It's like the same thing we see in geopolitics. Like, it's too big to fail, so they don't have a choice but to defend them. It's just been maintaining dominance in the world order. They don't want the dollar to become worthless.
Yeah, I think that was the same reason that they got rid of a lot of leaders that wanted to start trading oil outside of the dollar, right? Gaddafi being one, and then of course
Gaddafi.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to the hegemony of the Americans and American dollars. I just want to address what I believe Aboyat said about, I don't think the fault lies with old leaders per se. I beg to differ. Maybe, you can pick one out of like 80 older people that are still stuck with the old mentality of what leadership in Africa is. But one or two, I think that's what you mean per se is. But the majority of the leaders that are ruling Africa are still stuck with this system that they're not willing to challenge. So I find that to be a problem. Just saying. But I understand what you mean. You might have one or two leaders, and then I don't even know who they are. I mean, in Africa, can you name one or two that are elders? I'm talking in their 70s and 80s that are actually doing any challenging African situation on the global scale system? No, I don't see any of them. They're just going along with it. They're feeding into it more, if anything.
The only leaders that have a continental approach and that are maybe that have some kind of independence is like Isaias, Abiy, and Kenyatta, because Kenyatta is good at playing the game between the West and African affairs. Those are probably the only three. Probably everyone else, they have a lot of stuff to deal with, I believe.
I agree, and the whole idea with Uganda and what they just signed with the British, I'm still shocked about that. Like, what the hell are they thinking? Oh, I'm sorry, Rwanda. I'm still kind of shocked about, like, I expected a little bit better from that leader, but yeah, you're right. I think I will give, I think, it's like the Cuba of Africa. Got to give him some credit. Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea. Maybe I would definitely include that there. But as a small country, very difficult to challenge the system, but managed to at least isolate it from being or becoming. But I mean, again, like, I have issues with a leader being around for that long as well. I mean, when he goes, so is there even an individual in Eritrea that could even step up? And I have no idea.
Maybe it'll be a monarchy. Maybe it'll be one of his kids or something. I said maybe it'll be like a monarchy. Maybe it'll be like one of his kids or something.
I don't know. Like, I would love to hear from Eritreans, because I really don't know any other person, because he is the person that is put up front of representing that population in that country. So I don't know. I'm sure there's probably within the political system of Eritrea, there is somebody underneath. But it worries me, when somebody's been in power for that long, it leaves a major vacuum that can lead to all kinds of issues. I think we can see that with Gaddafi in Libya, unfortunately. But Abo, why don't you come in and explain that to us? Because I think you made a very good point. I mean, but I don't know what country you're thinking about.
It seems like
outside of Eritrea.
It seems like the least corrupt countries in Africa are the ones that have the least amount of resources, because no one wants the resources, so there's less interference.
Can you name a few?
Like I believe Botswana is ranked, between 40 to 50th on the corruption perception index, and I don't believe they have as many resources compared to other African countries. Who else? Angola, I think Angola is ranked pretty high too, but the thing with Angola, did you know Angola, they only trade with their only trading partners, I believe, is China. Literally, I think it's over 60% for their imports and exports, I believe.
Interesting. I did not know that.
No, I believe barely any country. Hold on, let me check real quick. I believe barely any countries trade with them, because I believe in Angola they speak Portuguese. They're one of the only countries that speak Portuguese.
Yeah, they have a very long. For a small country, the Portuguese, man, they've done some major work. I mean, even southern part of India, they still have a region where the people still speak partially Portuguese, and I did not know that. They were everywhere, man. They were in Ethiopia. They got kicked out of Ethiopia. But...
Yeah, it sounds like you're far away.
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay.
I was just saying the Portuguese, they were everywhere. I was just saying for a small country, they just were everywhere. I mean, it amazes me. I mean, Brazil, as big of a country it is today, the influence of the Portuguese across the globe, including Asian countries, African countries, Latin American countries, incredible to me. But their stories still yet to be very understood. But they use religion. Usually they were the Jesuits, right? The Portuguese that originally were out on the sea. So anyway, the Portuguese. Yeah, Angola might be one. I wonder, I might put Ghana is doing very well. And I don't know what resources Ghana has. I should know, but
Ghana has a lot of gold, I believe.
Yeah, but I also think that they probably have a very stable government right now, supposedly. But I don't. If the whole crazy thing in Ethiopia was not happening right now, Ethiopia should be doing a lot better than it is economically. Same thing with Kenya. Kenya is doing well. I'm trying to look up what you just said, but don't see it.
Yeah.
So when are you planning on coming back to the islands?
I actually might go in December. We might go, my family, because I'm gonna go back to the U.S. temporarily for break during the winter time or November time. I don't know yet. And then next year I want to go to Tanzania.
To Tanzania? Yeah, I think I heard.
Yeah, same thing in the winter time next year.
Zanzibar would be cool. Down Zanzibar, great place. I was waiting for Aboyak to get back with that one. That is the main question. If yes, I don't expect this to send us take over. But the next person likely could be a PFDJ fellow party member, Yamaga. What I heard. Okay, see, I've never heard of Yamena Gabrab. And I'm assuming that Isaiah's got to be at least pushing 80. So.
Yeah, Isaiah's is pretty old.
Yeah, I'm assuming at least late 70s or something like that. He doesn't look it, but yeah, I have like this concerted. I'm worried about leaders that stay into power too long, because I think they undermine the fair, well, not just fair, but actually the ease of passing power to next leaders, because they're going to be such a huge gap. Most African leaders, I don't think any leader should not be in power more than 12 years, period. I think that you should have a cutoff point.
I think even 12 years is too long. How much does one country change in a decade? You know what I mean?
I think for a developing country, you need some stability with leaders. That's why I said 12 years. I know the United States is 8 years. We're just talking about an additional, I think constant changing of political leaders could actually not actually finalize good leadership in a developmental state. The way China has managed to do that, for example, or even countries like South Korea or whatever, in the beginning when they were developing really fast, it's because of consistency within the central government of leadership. But I'm not saying dictatorship, I'm just saying, but have a cutoff point. 12 years, I think is fair, because I think that gives it's not easy to develop and to see projects done within 4 or 5 years. By the time you come into power and it gets started, it takes about 4 or 5 years. So it might take another 5 years to complete. So I think 12 years is fair. But after that, I think it's just definitely unnecessary, and I don't think it's good. As much as we praise, and I think rightfully so sometimes, and sometimes wrong, Gaddafi, I don't necessarily think that his leadership for so long did Libya the greatest at all. 30, 40, 50 years of leadership is a little too long. You might as well be a king at that point, right? So that's
he was the king of kings of Africa.
I always say, what, when it comes to presidents that stay long, I'm also not for it. Like, as much as you may be doing the right things, I think if you've built a stable country, you've built good infrastructure, and you've developed your country well, leave office on a high than leave an office while things are deteriorating. I've seen that with so many leaders in our continent. Even Muammar Gaddafi, if he had left power on a high while he was still loved in the continent and stuff, I think his legacy will still speak for itself. I mean, how Libya used to be one of the most developed country where it had lots of benefits. The citizen enjoyed under his rulership, and the country was well run, regardless of him obviously being there for the longest time. But I think if he had chosen a time to say, what, I can only do so much, and I need to bounce. I need to give others a chance. I'm telling you, he'll also be loved like other former presidents, like your President Julius Nyerere, your Kaundas, your Nelson Mandelas of this continent. He'll also still be revered. But now, some people still love him, but the way he was, killed and stuff, it wasn't really a pretty picture. As much as we can say, no, it was the West and all that, sometimes leave power on a high while people still love you. Your ratings are still high in your country. And do not say, no, obviously there'll always be things to do. Rather, sometimes leave it to others. You cannot do everything on this earth. Leave on a high.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick analogy about that, because I think leadership and passing on that, I think it's got to be considered like, what they call 800-meter relay on a track field, right? So like, every 800 feet you pass a baton on. But if you're doing a 3-mile run and passing it on, you're going to be so dizzy that the other person that's supposed to catch your baton is not going to catch it correctly. You will either drop it or, you know what I mean? So keep it quick, 800 meters, not a marathon relay, you know what I mean? Because sure enough, by the time you get around, after running so many damn miles to pass it on, I think you would have been weak, and the person trying to catch it might not catch it. You know what I mean? To pass it on.
And it's funny.
Anyway.
The Ugandan leader, literally in one of his speeches, he was saying, "This is my house. No one can tell me how they come around my house." I'm thinking, what do you mean? It's not your house. You're the president.
That's crazy.
You know, with such things, you know, like that's where the issue is. I mean, that's where I always have an issue, regardless of how much you might have fought for your people, how much you might have worked for your people. Learn to let go. Learn to say, you know what? Yes, I've done my part. I didn't do everything, but let me live while my people still love me, while I still have the country still stable. Unlike now, people have to force you out of power. I mean, go and, you know, force you to resign. I mean, when you look at some of the leaders, when I look at Muammar Gaddafi, with all respect, I mean, for all these great leaders, what they've done, but they should have chosen a right time to leave. You can't stay for over 80 years, almost 40 years in power. I look at of other presidents, like even President Robert Mugabe, same thing. If he had not known to say, you know what, I've educated Zimbabwe to become the most educated African country, let me leave. That'll remain your legacy forever. But now to be forced out of power while you are, I mean, walking with the stick, I mean, that's an embarrassment, man. It just tarnishes everything you've done your whole life. And that's why I'm saying that if African leaders can learn, especially the ones who are still in power now, to say, let me live on a high. If I'm doing some of the things right in my country and people, my approval ratings are still high, you must just, as you say, Jonathan, that you must give the other people a chance to take over. And your legacy will not be tainted so much. But when you look at some of the leaders, some countries, we still respect them, but then you look at how it ended. It didn't end well. You started well, but you can't end well. You know? Live on a high when people you're still hot, man. Where people can still say, can you come back? And you say, no, I've done my part. Take over. Like if you check, when I look at other presidents, you know, I love other presidents who are still in power. Like I look at even the president of Rwanda. I love his work. I love what he has done to Rwanda. But let's hope he doesn't fall under that trap of others who are there. As much as, yes, people might vote you in power. Yes, winning elections, you are voted back. But sometimes learn to know, hey, this is time. People are still loving my country. I'm doing well. Let me live while things are well. Do not live while now you are being forced. I mean, people are kicking you out in the office. It's an embarrassment when I look at such things.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And you don't cultivate good, continuous leaders that way that are peaceful, in a sense, because the longer that you stay, you're going to cultivate revolutionary leaders, not good leaders. So I agree with you. Biggie, what's up? I see Biggie over there.
Welcome, Biggie. Big is still making some bread. While Big is still making some bread, family, please do not forget to go and pledge your funds. Yeah, Biggie, welcome.
Yes. You know, I've been listening to you guys and on and off. You know, I keep dropping. I'm still driving, getting home now. And yes, you know, we're talking about the all leadership still sitting down, stuck in the same place. And I see some issue on that because again, you know, our discussion here has always been Africans get engaged. You want change, don't just keep crying on the side. If you want change, get out there, make your vote, make your person that you really want to work for you in the office. And what happened is, in general sense, either they give some fear to you, you know, if you oppose that and that, you know, all that. But at least, you know, if you put your vote out there and your voice out, at least you got a peace of mind. You tried to make change. And then it won't be the one that's going to be complaining because you keep trying. So Africans, we have to be ready for changes. And that change start with you. You see, the geopolitics, the way it's going around and how things get intercepted, changed, assassination, All that you see is because either there's iron leaders out there doing, you're done. Like Ukraine, first war broke out, all the opposition is been dismissed. Okay, and it doesn't work that way. Never got a country in chaos. All the parties. You need everybody to pitch in and make change or help, do whatever it takes to protect. But again, it's been the old template, and that's pretty much when you're president in Africa, you're like a king, even though you're not declared king. You see what I mean? Trying to make an empire for yourself, and especially when you get used to the sweet sugar, the sweet honey that's coming along with your presidency or whatever the level that you are, it becomes hard to get off from that wagon, because now you're drunken with all that wealth, and you start forgetting about why you ran for the first place. Why you went there, and down the road, you lose the sense of your leadership. And the only thing that can make that leadership to wake up is the people. The people have to demand, and the demand should be again on the low level. You can go out there. You don't have to go and say, hey, Mr. President, I don't like the way you run things here. We see this and that. No, you just start on the lower side. Demand what you want. I want change. I need rope. I need 10 hours in here. I need this. So you keep the demand on what is the basic necessity for yourself. So people, you don't have to go into the political fights, but demand on what is wanting for the people. Demand for the healthcare, demand for the agriculture side, demand for science, demand for schooling. These are the things that pressure or redirect the corrupt. Because if you show there's also to make money, he doesn't have to worry about it. You motivating the whole leadership. You got all this cabinet that's going to be listening. These are the cabinet that are responsible. So Africa needs change. Demand. You have to demand. If there's no demand, you're still stagnant. There's no change. And I know for sure we need change. We have a lot of needs in Africa. So the political party only exists only if the people supports it. But if the people keep on asking very key promises that the party did and stick to it, and it's like, when are you going to be doing this? When is it going to start? You don't have to go to head on with the politician. Eventually, yes, I want politics to be run by people that are really politicians, not somebody that's going to be talking on the bar on the side, entice people with no facts, no evidence, and start steering the country upside down. There are people like that. So we African has to be reframing from disinformation among ourselves. Spreading hatred. That's another one. The hate of one nation from the other. You got to promote one another, because Africa is built by a bunch of nations. The West will call us tribal, clan, whatever. But they're nations, small nations. It doesn't matter how big they are. But again, if we have respect for that, then we have this beautiful quilt that we can build representing Africa. We need leadership that listens. We need people that demand. Demand and supply. If you don't demand, everything is normal. But if you keep saying, I don't like the way you run the country, you have to tell them exactly the solution. How you want them to run the country. And sometimes you're just going to have to do the work yourself. Create the jobs. Feed your brothers and sisters, brain-wise and stomach-wise. So that's how the future leadership. And I've been telling you some kind of little prophecy that I said, all these turmoil that you have, the old template, it's going to go away within the next 5 years. Within the next 5 years, you will see changes. Changes are coming so fast. Because you know what? People are demanding. Look at the British Prime Minister. People are demanding. And that demand make changes. And you'll see a few more that's going to follow through. Especially on today's world. Because everybody talk about inflation. This is super inflation, where people cannot even afford going from point A, point B, let alone to feed themselves. So Africa, make the change yourself. Change yourself first. Demand, help the weaks, the one that are weaker, help them. Extend your hand. And when you extend your hand and your heart is open, when your heart is open, your mind is open. You got to be strong and come strong. Do not let care enough of your
Biggie, I think you ran into the forest because you got cut off towards the end there.
Now I just made a full stop, waiting for you guys to react because I didn't know whether you heard me or not.
No, the last part of it we didn't because it got staticky, but
basically, African become leaders yourself. Be the change. Demand. You have to be demanding in order to see change.
Yeah, I like the fact that you brought up the current situation. The economic situation globally is quite harsh. I think it is. Everything is happening fast, as you said. We brought up Abe's assassination, but yeah, we didn't bring up the resignation of, which I find him to be very annoying from the beginning. But the fact that the British Parliament, his own party, kind of finally said enough is enough. I mean, you could speak, you can talk, but no action doesn't mean anything. And I think that's kind of the failure of some of these leaders that have become like a poster child. I think Trump, you can put him up in there. There are so many of these leaders that are like coming up. They're not young, mind you, but even in the developed world. But in the developing countries, for countries like Africa, like you have to be careful. We definitely want change. But who we bring in, we have to be very careful about. They're not always ready to lead. And that's what I was talking about. Whenever you had leaders for so long, you did not cultivate good leaders because it takes time. You need to really have them underneath you, learning, understanding, and all of that about what it means to lead a country. And this is going back to what we're talking about, Gaddafi and all these leaders in Africa that have been there for 30, 40 years, some of them. You just don't cultivate good leaders in that kind of space. And so what you're going to have is a very extreme reaction to the previous 30, 40 years, which does not necessarily mean because you spoke about change that you're actually going to do the job correctly, or even approach it in a very sustainable way. So as much as I have hope in the African youth, the reason that I'm a little also skeptical about, make sure that whenever you're bringing up young leaders, do not bring them in as kings, don't worship them, but make sure that they know what they're talking about and doing what they're supposed to be doing. But thank God, I know this sounds horrible, but I'm going to say it. A lot of these older people are going to be dead, right? Soon in the next 10, 15 years. That's what's going to happen. And I just hope that the younger generation is ready to take charge. And I think their approach is going to be completely different because their experience is completely different. A lot of these older people are stuck in the whole system. I mean, all I have to say is that just look how they dress and how they talk. And what they're talking about is the same thing that they've been saying for the last 15, 20, 30 years. The younger generation is completely over.
Some of the leaders that are in power, their country recently was free. Maybe they were there when the country wasn't even free yet, like when they declared independence. These still kind of leaders that some are still in power. Yeah, that's Tony there.
Family, please do not forget to place your pledges. Thank you, Jonathan, for the pledge as well tonight. Thank you very much, Jonathan. So family, let's continue placing our pledges on the GoFundMe website. Go to the GoFundMe, search for Swahili Nation One Africa, or I'll just also share the link again for those who might not have this link, and then you can place your pledge. And we only we need like 738 euros to reach the 4,000 mark. But let's try, family, this week, this weekend, to close this one out. And yeah, you're more than welcome to place anything between 5 euros. And looking at this, can we maybe just make 3,300 tonight? Can we close on 3,300 at least? Please go and place your pledge right now. Yeah, welcome back, Biggie.
Yeah, I told you I'm traveling. Keep dropping me like crazy. But I was just listening to Jonathan at one point, and it was very nice point, but I just dropped. Again, family, my apology. Usually, I like to be on the stable ground, but I don't want to miss the recap for Pastor Israel. And at the same time, again, please be generous in pledging for One Africa. This is our office. This is the change that we want. We're the change. We make the change. We believe in ourselves. That's how it's going to work. Because this office is going to be for us, for all of us. And family, those of you that are always on our chat, supporting us on the panel, Pi is always there. Jonathan is always there. Sam, we have a lot of family members that I cannot even mention all the names. It's just from what I pick. But again, I'm very, very grateful that we have such family, even to raise to this level. Even raising it to this level is very important. So for those of you who did, I really appreciate you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart on the behalf of Swahili Nation One Africa, because this is hard-earned money, and we're just going to make sure that money goes in the right direction and make sure we have our office. And all of you, bless you all. Right. So just in case if I drop, I just want to make sure that goes clear.
Thank you very much, Biggie.
How is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear me clear?
It is breaking up, Biggie.
Yeah, I think I just got home, so my Wi-Fi is trying to snatch me. So.
Okay. Yeah, but family, continue placing your pledge. Go to our GoFundMe page and place your pledge right there. Yeah, let's grow together as a family, and let's make sure we seal this thing. Yeah, so can we reach at least 3,300 tonight? We only need what 38 euros. for us to reach at least 3,300 euros for tonight. I see. Is it Dr. K? I've shared the link.
So, by the way, Pi, I heard what you said. Like, did you say some of the leaders were there during independence? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
That's nuts to me. That's like crazy. Yeah, but you're right, right? So they're wearing diapers. But again, I think I do have some hope. Like there are definitely younger leaders coming up, but whenever you've had a certain political order for so long, the leaders that come out could be very extreme on a completely different ideology and thought, either positive or negative. So that's the only thing that worries me, and just hope that Africans choose the right leaders and whatever democracy that we supposedly have. I really have no finger on of such a governance, a government. I think Kenya is having an election coming up soon, right? So I wish there was a Kenyan here and talking about what that's going to look like. They always it doesn't always turn out very well. There's always some kind of a problem.
Wait, is this year?
Yeah, I think it's supposedly sometime soon. Next few months is my guess. So, yeah, I still don't. I keep hearing democracy in Africa, and I really don't know where there's a peaceful, democratic, really genuinely where people vote their leaders. I think Ethiopia probably can say that they had the most closest one recently, and not to say it was perfect, but at least the closest one to it. That's after thousands and thousands of years of existence. As a country, maybe a lot less than thousands of years, but as a country, within the map of it, the first probably closest to a real democracy. And I think that we all can probably have debates about, does democracy even work in Africa, and is that something that we should pursue even? It's a scary thought, really, but what do you think? Should Africa pursue democracy?
What do you mean by democracy? You mean direct democracy, representative?
Direct democracy, correct.
Not right now, no way. No way, man. You have to have a population that would know what they would the different issues that, because wouldn't that rise up a bunch of radical leaders, basically a bunch of radical dictators.
Yeah, and I think that people will vote again. With all the tribal issues that we have, they will just vote directly. That's what's happening in Kenya, right? Not because of policy, but they vote across ethnic lines or whatever. So I don't know but it's a very good question. Should Africa even? What kind of political system that is close to some kind of a fair democratic system? Should it be representative? Should it be popular vote? What should it be? I don't know. I really don't know. Because it doesn't exist within the continent, I don't think. South Africa maybe is the closest thing. Maybe Ezra can tell us if that is the case. I mean, that's very new for South Africa too, don't forget. It's only since the 1990s, but
in my last opinion, like I said, finally I'm home, but what I said was to create a One Africa party across Africa. And that party is going to be the one that's going to be built slowly. You don't have to go through the first vote or whatever, but make it known it represents the whole Africa. And each nation will have that same party. And just like any other countries, another political party, but it's not just national, but it's also continental, and create that competitiveness. And One Africa party will be more on a groundwork, helping one another and on each nation. It's not just a political party, but something that's actively working within their
Well, I have a good
respective.
question for you, Biggie. Like the EU, right? So, like each European country has their own political voting system or whatever. But when they send somebody to the EU, is he or she appointed to the EU representing the country, or do the people vote for that leader that to represent them at the EU? Well, that's a very good question. I think they actually vote in certain countries, but I'm not sure.
The country voted for her, just like being an ambassador, you know.
So they're voted
Not-
in to represent the country at the
and
EU?
exactly, and I
So
think
that's what you're
it's
suggesting we
within
should do.
exactly have one party that's across. It can be two, you know. I call it one Africa party, but there might be a second one that can be also looking at the whole Africa. And you got to do the groundwork. You see what I mean? It's not just talk. They got to walk the talk. Let's say one of the since he's party member of One Africa, and he's in Sudan, and he wants to get something done, right? So you got all the other 53 that's going to look, hey, where's your project? Let's see what we can do for you. And they all collaborate within the party because he's part of one party. And then when it comes to national vote, each One Africa has members. So they can participate in the election. It's just a matter of snatching votes and build upon that. Because when you see an active political party that's doing work for the country, people start looking. Let's say he will sponsor certain highways, on the maintenance, or they can sponsor certain, government building maintenance, whatever, and being well known that they're doing the work. Since they are across the continent, they all have the interest for the continent. So it won't be kind of divide and conquer thing because they're all representative of all nations. So the EU has it and the United States has it. What do you call them? Senators, governors, all that. So you're building the future now. Once this party, I call it One Africa because just put the sense of meaning. It can be any name of those parties, but they are going to be looking continental work. Okay, there's a check and balance that they can do within the AU himself. If they see something that's been totally lies, not coming down to the nation, they will be the one that's going to be voicing that because now they have, everything, all the tools they need in order to have this kind of discussion because they are representing the continent. So you start the party and they go across the country and they're all going to have to meet and all that. But at the same time, what do they need? They need funding. Okay? They're all going to need funding. And as long as you build them 2 members on each nation and see some of the work and go get the fundings, I think it would work. Because even the local are getting funded, right? The local politicians are getting funded, and they can be sourcing out the same funding within the nation.
That sounds like a completely different system than what the AU is right now, right? So, and I think that I've heard you say before that you want to go back to the
OAU, exactly.
Organization for the African Unity, I think it was called. That's how I remember.
African Organization for Unity.
For Unity, yes.
No, Organization of African Unity.
African Unity, yes.
Yeah.
Which is completely different than what the AU is, and they switched very recently, right? So
yeah, they just now they said, the OAU was representing the getting the decolonization, literally, and now we are AU, African Unite. I mean.
So that might be like something that I don't necessarily think that is to get rid of the AU, but to change the whole structure of it. So
Right.
I was just reading when you were talking, because I didn't really realize, but it is like the Senate of the United States, but except this the EU, which, country by population gets a certain number of representatives, and it's elected according to whatever this political system is within that country. It could be elected by the people, or sometimes it sounds like it might be appointed by whoever the leader is.
And if you really look at it, uh, it's very viable globally. Okay, by helping Africa into getting her together with all the necessity. It's not that I owe you or anything else, but there will be a better functionality because you got the East, the West. Everybody's looking into Africa. So if you really want to organize the African continent itself and bring in the funding, that's going to be really something that's going to do for the progress, because our kids, our grandchildren's, they're going to be doing business with the West. It's not going to be a continent that's isolated. So we need to be in or out. You cannot isolate Africa. No way. It's not going to work. And it will never happen. Because as you see it, whether it's colonize, decolonize, whatever that you have right now, whatever the system, is still connected to different entities. Like you got the West, the East. It doesn't matter. But what we're trying to do is to build Africa, a peaceful Africa that is for Africans, that can really promote Africans and have a respect in the globe.
So there is this whole discussion, right, on the other side of it, which I think, I think what you're talking about is great. Trust me, I agree in a lot of ways. I do. But the big question is, and for a lot of people that are like not necessarily anti, but questioning this whole idea of one Africa, right? It's this question of like, well, how can you even talk about one Africa when each African country cannot even manage to get along with each other, right? So there is some truth to that, right? So, I mean, in order to get to what you're talking about, doesn't every African country need to solve its own internal issues?
Absolutely.
And then after that, yeah, because I think until you do that, it's almost impossible, completely impossible to even think, let alone continentally, even regionally, to get along. Because a lot of these African countries have their own issues within, and because they're so interrelated regionally, they have issues with their bordering countries, right? Like I'm thinking like Libya, Mali, and all these countries, for example, and I'm talking about Ethiopia with what's going on with Sudan and all of this stuff, including with what's going on internally. So even to get to the level that you're talking about, don't African countries first have to solve their own internal issues? And they're all in different levels of getting to that, if they are in any kind of way. And sometimes it's disappointing because I feel like at times that we're going completely the wrong direction, where those situations are getting worse instead of getting better. So, I mean,
you're not
should the focus should be, no, I'm a Biggie. My question is, shouldn't we really, really try to figure out what is going on internally in order to even realize what you're talking about?
This is where I'm coming.
Okay.
Each Africans, if you're an African, you are accountable for what's going on in Africa, right? Anything. I'm just looking at it borderless. If something is going on in Mali that's going to be hurtful to the people, we all should be in one voice and condemn it. All of us. You're from Ethiopia. If anything goes wrong in Ethiopia, all Africans should condemn that. The awareness of what's going on in your neighborhood, as they say, Nagbani, right? Tomorrow, it might happen to your nation too. Don't you want to learn about what went on and how you fixed it rather than staying away from it? Or the country would say, stay out of my, it's like the Uganda president said, my house. You know what I mean? But there are people in there. All the suffering that you see, all the starvation that you see, it's an African country, which is also your country. So we, as Africans, have to change the way we think about Africa. The unity doesn't come because we called for unity. It's when we start accelerating in the right direction, condemning the killings, make sure that the people are fed, make sure that we have all these in place. So it starts with us. We, Swahili Nation, as one Africa, when we see all these murders, when we see all, I call it murder, literally, we should be all voicing out. That's wrong. And we're going to keep on hitting that's wrong, just like the movement of No More. Yes, we can do that. It's our voice to voice for the one that do not have voice. So we have to be really careful when we start talking about divide, because Africa is already divided by borders and everything else. We, this generation, should think of the unity in mind, borderless. Anything that happens in Africa, we're all accountable. We cannot ignore it. And then you have to have information system, an information that's valid from the ground, not one-sided, whatever that happened, but the killing has to stop. We have to voice saying, let's say Swahili Nation One Africa condemn all the killings in Africa. I don't care. I condemn that. And Swahili Nation One Africa will, because there's no need to kill. And you've seen things that's been happening in the continent. Even the people that have been doing the killing has to come to justice. We got to call to justice. And now, as you know, we have an advantage of the borders. Through the borders, we represent each nation, but we're all Swahili Nation One Africans that can voice out all together. But we come in from different parts of the continent, including the diaspora. So we'll make the change. When we demand, we're not demanding. That's what I was saying. We're not demanding. When a person is killed, naturally, no problem. Accident, whatever. They're still going to do investigation. That is done, you know, because it's natural cause, whatever. But when somebody raise an arm, whatever the arm, and kill somebody, that person should be questioned. Is it political? This is not political. It's accountability. They can turn it in any which way, but we're gonna have to stick to bring those are doing wrong to justice. And all of us, all Africans, this is the mind. You want your continent to be super duper. But the super duper comes when you are super duperly supporting it. Be generous. Look at it differently. Don't always say, oh, you know, I'm giving this. There are things that we can do as Africans. And like you said, it's divided inside. There are different political parties, different things, and everything. But you know what? We're going to the low-hanging fruit that is available to our hand. Call for justice. We ask justice, not political parties. A human being died or got killed. We're asking for justice. It's not political.
No, I think you, Biggie, like that's exactly the kind of answer I wanted to hear. But, you know, the reason I asked those questions was exactly because I've heard that from others that should be thinking along those lines, which I also agree with. And I am, before you came on earlier, we were talking about exactly what you just said, right? So it starts individually within, right? Exactly. And making sure that you call out for justice and call out what's wrong at the individual level amongst your individual community and people and all of that in order to get to that. So, but you do get that frustration. You cannot blame people that here they agree they believe in the ideology of, what we're talking about, One Africa, but they see what's going on, and it's just such a depressing thing to see. And it's like, okay, how can we get there when we have not? And so what you just said is exactly what we need to repeat to everybody that questions it. And I'm glad that you say better than I would. But yeah, I agree. But it is a question, and you cannot blame those questions coming, because sometimes even us that are on here or believe in what we're driving towards,
Right.
Can get a little bit disappointed, because it's one step forward and one step back. I think it was how I felt about the No More movement. One day good, one day bad, one day good, one day bad, and quiet. And I think it's important, not just because of what was going on, because I think there's a long-term issue, no matter what part of Africa, or actually, to be honest with you, globally, that should be the mantra. So, but we have to be very aware, even for the believers, of what that direction should look like. That you have those days like, shit, really, seriously, are we going through this again? Like, I thought we were going towards the right direction. So, yeah.
One
we cannot
of
also
the,
go ahead.
one of the example, just within our organization here, Somali Nation One Africa, right? It started as a YouTube, right? I mean, just Mika been pointing out things. This is important. The No More movement came in. I remember sometimes in November 15 or something, we called it, this is not a YouTube channel only. It's going to walk the talk. Ever since the Somali Nation One Africa, they start changing course. Mika was able to really speak loud of it, because we really support him. Just the way we supported Mika, the way we went at it, from zero to funding to getting in there, getting the documentation, the documentary, all that, it's because we all focused. Very few of us, very focused to get things moving. Mika delivered future visions, line by line, back to back, relentlessly, taking an interview here, getting this thing done. It is, he's not a, what do you call, a newsmaker, but he was making our movement alive. That's why a lot of us keep coming, keep helping, keep putting everything. And the more we get the understanding of our mission for a peaceful Africa, everything else is going to lay out. It's just example, we can do that, and we did so far, and now here we are to open an, how ambitious this family is. We're very ambitious. That's what I love about the family. Speaks, they comment day in, day out. Our sessions are long, no matter what, they're in and out, they're there. And here we are. This is the action item. This is where we are. Somali Nation One Africa. What we talked about, we're walking it. And we are full steam ahead of it. There's something, a down, low day, high day. But guess what? It's building. This is the beginning. All these things that we want to make change. Nathan, the day that we open this office, that shows our commitment. That shows we can work together. That's why it's imperative that we put this together, because thanks to Xavier, we've been walking safe. Even though we get cut off from the YouTube, it's okay. It's still changing the algorithm.
You can't silence it though, because going back to what you just said, not to cut you off, but the fact that, like, representing what this is in a major platforms that Mika has gone to, and listening, and I'm watching where it's happening in Addis Ababa, for example, like not once but twice, and I'm like, mind you, getting interviewed on major channels in Ethiopia, that is, I'm just talking about Ethiopia, and mind you, he's going to be everywhere eventually, but and the not just him, but the representation of what we're doing here and all of that. So you're absolutely right. I agree with you. I call it the silent, quiet storm that is, still kind of making lightning noises, but it has not hit yet. But the seriousness of it and the genuine truth of it really transforms people and makes people realize. And I can see that amongst the people that have, embraced the ideology and the thought. Whenever, for example, Mika has spoken in these public forums and in major, especially the one that he did recently at the Youth Summit in Addis. Yes. I mean, those are, and trust me, political leaders are listening. They are. They know what's happening. They want to know what is going on. So, and to have that kind of reach already, it's just the beginning, right? Like you just said. So, yeah, I concur on that. Many more. And I think it's just only going to get better anyway. And I think people are feeling that way. We just have to make sure that not only we keep that going internally, but also, well, not just the platform, but I don't want to call it a movement because I think it sounds cheesy, but
it's not a movement.
The future, it's not a movement. I don't want to call it that because that's not what it is. It's the future is what it is, really. So
the whole, that's why the nation, when I was talking to me on a few occasions, this is the development, okay? We're developing it from ground up. We're making it strong day in, day out. Every day that we put a show on the StreamYard, different subject, every day, we have listeners. We have people that are listening and act in a certain way silently. We're putting this every day. None of us are paid for it. It's all 100% volunteer. This family itself is 100% volunteer. I have friends online now. Even you, Jonathan, I wouldn't have known you. But you put out a lot of good information, a lot of good questions getting answers. I mean, I don't know what to say, Sometimes really, maybe I'm the type of person that I didn't do enough. Never said I've done enough. There's always a better way.
I'm laughing because I think one of the first videos I saw on SNN, I don't think it was called SNN yet, it was Fire Nation, was like when you were filming in the middle of the No More movement.
Yeah.
Were you like, where were you, in DC or something? And it was just
DC.
chaotic, and and there was another day when I was just like, wow, what is happening here, right? And I was recently listening to what's her name, Aragawi. She was on I probably should share that. It was talking about a Pan-African summit that they had recently. I think it was in LA, maybe a few days ago, and it was an interesting discussion that they were having. And there were a speaker that really was talking about Latin America and Pan-Africanism and what it means in Latin America. She was there, and then there was another guy from, I believe, from the Congo. Very interesting conversations on African American platform, really. But the question is, what is Pan-Africanism today? I'm like, oh my God, I live it like on SNN, and it is happening, and it's happening in different areas, right, in different silos. I wish it was, if you actually add all the stuff that's going on, it's actually bigger than what we just think it is, right? So we're here talking within this platform, right? But there are so many others that are doing the same outside of it. And so I see that. I wish it was a little bit more altogether, but that's not how life works. People are doing different things everywhere, but the idea of it, right? What we're talking about, it's not just happening here, it's happening in different in different platforms as well. So that gives me hope. So just to put that out there. And I learn every day when I come on here. And like I said, I think what you guys did back then during the No More thing was, we didn't have nobody was covering it. And that's how I discovered SNN, right? So, but then from that grew all this kind of conversations that we were having, including like a lot of the stuff that was going on in Mali, because of course, being an Ethiopian, we were getting concerned about that, but eventually learning about what's going on there, what's going on in Somalia, so it is creating this really a global understanding of global meaning, the diaspora and the Africans and on the ground, like really having these discussions, and sometimes not very comfortable. I love some of the topics that are very touchy to some, the cultural stuff that goes on here. Not everybody, we can agree to disagree kind of conversations, and we're definitely learning a lot. But that's the way that you move on. So
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and
discussion. Don't be surprised. When you hear about it, you know what I mean? It's there. It's in the show. We cover a lot of subjects, and you learn. I learn every day out of this panel. Every day,
absolutely.
Every time that I come in, I'm just learning. It's something that has been there, but never been uncovered the way we uncovering it. And especially
and then the last thing,
the education. You got a potential. You got Mondotezi. You got, Mika.
The whole crypto thing, currency thing, it was on my radar, but like even those crazy long sessions about cryptocurrency, I'm still learning, and what that means for the continent and globally in general. Like I learned a lot about that here. On that note, I just have to say that I hope that if there is one thing that Swahili Nation and SNN would do and OA would do, is to figure out a way to kind of have a specific, an annual platform where you can get all these other people that are doing similar things together, right? Like a real global conference about it on the ground level. And I'm sure that you guys are probably talking about it. And I'm looking forward to that. Because I think, like I said, I'm finding that there are other places too that are doing the same thing, but it gets even stronger if you at least do your own things where you're doing it, but at least have one big. I don't want to call it a summit, more of a conference where you have speakers and also get to really interconnect and meet each other, because I think the more connected the same mentality and ideas are able to confer with each other, the bigger and the stronger that it will get, and the quicker we'll get to what you were talking about, which is One Africa, right? So. And there's a lot of that going on, so I hope we get to see that. And I think Ezra is doing his ready to close out, because I'm looking at the text that he just sent.
Yeah, he just sent out a private. One of the things that I just want to say on this, we're still networking. That's why you see some interview coming in. If it tells you, if you see the interviews and they are in, that means we're already networking, okay? And that network eventually, like you said, will have, a big conference about it, where everybody will start talking, because we're going to do it within the organizations, among the organizations, and then bring all the really really things of change and presenting it on each channel, or we can have a channel that's going to be just it's going to be information on where we are as a network for One Africa. They all have, everybody that have that those channels, they're trying to bring the awareness on the continent. So those that are we are really networking with, they're known. You saw some of the interview. One girl does a lot of the CNN news reporting. That shows you. And then you have Tananaki that's giving us information. All these people that we have, Shears, CEO, all these people that you see, we're networking. Now we're trying to find solutions to things that are out there. But you need to really show that our collaboration makes one this beautiful One Africa. And the fact that we get in this office is even grandiose, because now they have a place question. We can have live interviews, we can have conferences, and at the same time bring in the actual documentation and all that being executed under this office. So Swahili Nation One Africa office means a lot on this movement right now. And when that work, our idea is to replicate it on all African states. Okay? So it sounds like a long way, but the way the world is moving, we're going as fast as it goes. And that's all I have to say now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us tonight. This is where we're gonna just end it for tonight. Um, for the family, for those who've contributed today, who've placed their pledges, thank you very much for your continuous support. And for those who are still interested, please go to our GoFundMe page and place your pledge there for your €5, whatever you can pledge from €5. We really appreciate it. And till we meet again tomorrow, join Biggie, 9 p.m. East African time, on the Diaspora Talk with Biggie. Most of you already know Biggie is here, and tomorrow Biggie will be in here 9 p.m. East African time. Join him on the Diaspora Talk. And from myself and the whole team, I think it's shalom, and I'll close in prayer, and then we shall see each other tomorrow.
Yeah, well, one thing I would say, okay, one thing that I would say before you close it. To build One Africa and the journey for One Africa, it needs change. You change yourself. In order to change yourself, you need to commit. It needs commitment. And on the commitment, the next thing is what? Consistency. Third, the time that you're spending is valuable. And we all need to be disciplined on our mission. This is something that Mika said, and I'm passing it on. There you have it.
Thank you very much, Biggie. And I think it was today on one of the live streams. For the guys, they can go and also watch it when we're talking about time, discipline, consistency, what Big is touching on at the moment. So, but till we meet again, let's meet again tomorrow or tonight. For us who are in Africa, it's already morning here, Saturday morning. For the guys who are in the US, I know it's still Friday for you guys. So. But yeah, let's meet again 9 p.m. Saturday, East African time, the Diaspora Talk with Biggie. And from my side, I'll just close in prayer. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we can meet as brothers and sisters. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the peace. Thank you for your wisdom, Lord, upon our lives. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
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 See you,
Peace out,
gentlemen.
brothers. Yep.
Jonathan, it's been a pleasure always. በጣም አመሰግናለሁ.
I love hearing Amarinya.
Yes.
እኛም እናመሰግናለን.
Pastor Ezra, በጣም አመሰግናለሁ.
Yeah. He's like, what? What did he just say? No, he didn't call you a bad name. He just said.
The only thing you respond, Pastor Ezra, you say, "Ishi." Or you can say, "Amasagnalo." It means thank you. Amasagnalo. There you go.
Yeah.
It's your Amharic word of the day. Amasagnalo.
Amasagnalo.
Yeah, you know what? You just brought an idea to me. Yeah, and we need to learn some words. You know, some other words. We know that Swahili is now having a show. We need to learn some other languages now and then. Some Amharic now and then. Some Amharic words or Amharic any words. You know, like small words. You know.
Okay, I'm gonna say I've learned a South African word today. How to say thank you. Thank you. I'm just messing with you.
Next time.
Guess what? For a minute, I was thinking, the word that I missed. He said thank you. You already said thank you, so
Yeah,
that was a good one.
That was a good one. I know. No, the thank you. Catch up soon. And
I'll see you tomorrow, right? I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah.
Yep.
Totally.
Yeah. And, just a little slide on that. I was on Dr. K show last night, so I just promoted in there. I said, you know what, come and join me on Saturday. So let's see how it's gonna go. And actually, Dr. K was asking for link earlier.
I did send him the link.
Yeah.
The link is still there, and he never joined.
Yeah, I think he went back to sleep.
Does he actually sleep? Because I've been on that show, and because again, that's what I was trying to figure out, all the stuff that's going on out there. I don't think he sleeps, but I think he's a robot, really. But yeah,
that's one thing. You know, I just want to ask him where they made this robot from. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know he's gonna hear this last one. So.
Hey, listen, he's the one that got me on, not to keep talking, sorry, I know, Ezra, you got to go, but, you know, he's the one that got me on this whole cryptocurrency stuff. I remember the first time he came on. Yeah. I think we jumped on him because he was kind of, you know, he said, kingdom of my nation. I'm like, what? And then I realized he's talking about his YouTube channel now.
Right. No, because, I mean, if, He brings so many controversial shows, even on his shows. But you know,
yeah, they're interesting, I have to say. So yeah.
And I told him to, you know, just make sure that we are working the same line of it. You know what I mean? But it's good. I mean, it's once in a while he come in, and Tunaja also comes in once in a while. So kind of interesting too. But again, you know, as well, Nation One Africa family. You know, again. I thank everybody. May Xavier bless you, shower you with all the blessing, with health. And I want to add also Marie Antoinette, Kaku, and as well Dr. Zadeka, Deborah. Those that need the prayer from us, including my own brother, Ezana. I pray for him. And again, I pray for all of the members and those that listen to my voice. May Xavier bless you over and over again. May he guard you from all the evil. Amen.
Amen.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good morning, Ezra. Bye.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Ezra. That's right.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. All right.